What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, August 18th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we are less than 2 weeks away from kickoff of the 2025 Texas football season. We've got plenty of news, notes, and nuggets from Saturday's scrimmage, plus some sound from Steve Sarkisian talking about the scrimmage and also starting to set the table for the Ohio State game, now 12 days away. Plus, Michigan's punishment, if you can even call it that, was handed out on Friday. The Buck and I will give our thoughts on that. We've got some major takeaways from week 2 of the NFL preseason. Scotty Scheffler has done it again. And, a fan fight from the preseason over the weekend. Yeah, football is so back, baby. And it is a beautiful thing. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I am good, man. It is out early, grass cutting day, so I got to put the dog in his cage. I'm not going to call it a kennel. I just call it a cage for him. So I put him in there, and he was a little reluctant this morning, so I had to walk back and forth. And, man, is it humid this morning here. Had that rain over the weekend. Places had rain, so that moisture in the ground, it is. And, with the clouds and the tropical storms that we're having, that we're going to have on our eastern seaboard, my goodness. It is one of the more humid mornings, BK, around here than Houston. It's like being in Houston. Might as well be in Houston every day during the summer. It's okay. We can use some of the rain. We got a little bit this weekend, but hopefully we get some for this storm that's going to hit the East Coast. Maybe give us a little something down in, it's going to hit some parts of Florida, so maybe we'll get a little bit of that. Other than that, good to be alive.
Amen. Amen.
How about you? How's your travels? How's your travels there?
Dude, I've had an insane weekend of travels. I am currently in Corvallis, Oregon, home
There
of
you
the
go.
Beaver, Buck. I know you're a big Beaver guy yourself.
I am a big Beaver guy. Always have
Yeah,
been.
home of the Oregon State Beavers. That's where I am right now. I am broadcasting from my sister's place. I mentioned it late last week. Sister just had a baby, so I am doing my due diligence as a drunkle. I have been blackout drunk since the moment I took flight yesterday.
There
I
you
have
go.
maintained that buzz throughout the night and into the morning. No, I'm kidding about that. Obviously,
Still celebrating for me, still celebrating my deal. Good
still
job.
celebrating your 25 years of sobriety, which you
There you go.
celebrated last week. Another congratulations to you on that. But no, man, long day of travels. It's a double flight. Flew to LA, then connected here to Portland, Oregon. Spent a few hours in Portland yesterday. Then took a 2-hour shuttle to Corvallis. So it was about 8 hours of travel
Oh,
yesterday.
man.
And you do get 2 back because it's Pacific time, but right now it's 5:04 in the morning out here. So it
Yeah,
is
you're
pitch black.
back. You sorry you don't have your relaxed back chair because that's what you're gonna feel eventually.
Oh my gosh, I am hurting. I am hurting. So, good reasons to travel, but this, Corvallis, I think, has 50 to 60,000 people that live here. And I think it's obviously more during the school year because a lot of the people who are here are Oregon State students. So right now
Sure.
it's probably closer to 40,000 who live in this town. It makes you appreciate having a big airport because, like, you're traveling a long way. This is a long flight because it's halfway across the country. But then having to take like a multi-hour shuttle to get to the city after you land, that is a pain in the ass,
A
sir.
shuttle after you get there?
Yeah, because the flight went to Portland. Obviously, Portland's a pretty major city with a
Oh, yeah.
giant airport, but Corvallis is a small town a couple of hours south. So you've got to get on a bus. Sometimes like my sister and brother-in-law normally they drive 2 hours to come pick me up, but they got a kid who was just born like 3 weeks ago, so they're obviously dealing with that. So yeah, took the shuttle down there, and look at first world problems, I guess, but it was
How's
a
the baby?
long.
Main thing is how's the baby doing?
Baby's doing great, man. Baby is doing great. I mentioned it last week. She was born about 6 weeks early, so I mean she's wasn't fully grown coming out of the womb. and she is the smallest human being I've ever seen. Not that I've spent a ton of time around babies in my life.
You have a few babies around somewhere?
I hope not, but I've seen enough babies to know like I feel like what the normal size is. And this is, I mean, this kid's already grown because she's 3 weeks old already.
Right. Yeah.
So she's bigger than she was, but she is the smallest person I've ever seen. But she is adorable, and it's
Little hands Pickett.
little. Oh my God, nah, Kenny Pickett's still a smaller hands than she does.
Oh my God.
But like I kid you not, like the size of my index finger. And Buck, I don't have the Charlie Strong index finger. All right, I don't have your Dr. Jelly finger index
Oh
finger.
my God.
A pretty standard size hand and pretty standard size finger. Like you see this is bigger than her like entire arm. I kid you not. She is that small. It's crazy.
He is a preemie.
Creamy. Yeah. So I'm not a big crier. I'm not a big emotional guy. I only get sad when my teams lose. But I was, it's a big deal. I mean,
It
you've
is.
had kids. That's the real thing. I'm sure that hits you more when it's actually your own. But I don't know, first time uncle. It's pretty emotional, man. It's
Pretty
it's
cool,
pretty
man.
cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, proud of the sister and brother-in-law, and yeah, fun to be a part of, man. Thank you for asking.
That's awesome. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We do appreciate what you do for us each and every day. And to you and your families, please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, I got a record collection behind me. That is a Born to Run record back there. It's
Here
all
you
my
go.
sister and brother-in-law stuff out there. So, yeah, different site for the next couple of days, but we are counting down the days till Texas kickoff. And I figured we would start with some football here, Buck, but we do cover the Longhorns, and I feel like we need to talk about what Scotty Scheffler did
Oh,
yesterday
yeah.
at the BMW Championship, overcoming a four-shot deficit going into Sunday, and he wins the BMW Championship to pick up his fifth win of the season. The chip on 17. I mean, Scotty Scheffler's hit some incredible shots in his career, but I don't know if he's had one quite like that. Now, his tee shot on the par 3, 222 yards, 17 was short and left, and it was in some pretty decent rough. And Buck, it would have been tough to go up and down for par there. Like it
Oh,
would have been
yeah.
impressive if he was able to do that. And he says, "To hell with the par. I'm just going to go ahead and birdie this and give myself a two-shot lead going into the 72nd hole."
I would
I
have
mean, what
sculled that mother in that water. That thing would have went across that green so fast.
Dude, I guarantee you I would have ended up picking up on that hole. I could have hit that exact tee shot, not that bad for me, and it would have taken me 5 shots, and I would have gotten so frustrated that I'm picking the ball up and we're on to the next hole. And he
Man.
just hits the perfect touch and gets an unbelievable roll and sinks it. And that was basically your dagger. And it's just what can you say about Scotty Scheffler? It's unbelievable what this guy is doing out there.
Didn't even have his regular caddy with him.
No, didn't have his regular caddy. And for some guy, this we talk about this a lot, right? This is Scotty Scheffler's superpower. I mean, he's great at everything, but he's not the best driver ever. He's not the best putter ever. He's not the best anything of all time. But I think what makes Scotty like by far the best golfer in the world right now, and a guy who's starting to enter the chat of the all-time greats. I know he's got a long way to go, but he's doing things that we haven't seen in this sport since Tiger and Jack and Arnold. And when you start to, enter that conversation, clearly you're on a different level than everybody else. What makes him different is what he has up here.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
he never gets rattled, he never gets flustered. I mean, he's gotten married, he's had a kid, he got arrested on tour. Like all of these things, now he's playing without his caddy, which for some guys would completely throw them off their game.
Sure.
And he's just all systems go. Like
Yeah, it's
nothing
hard to
ever phases him.
Yeah, it's hard to throw him off his game. He's not gonna compound mistake with another mistake. He really comes back after he's made a mistake, and he doesn't put himself in really bad situations. And he was in a couple bad situations yesterday where he wasn't, some of his I mean, I thought his iron shots were fantastic. I mean, his putting was unbelievable. His two putts and some of them, because there were a lot of them that weren't that close. He had to go over some undulated greens and get a couple 3-footers that he had. And then he missed a couple
Hmm.
during the weekend. He missed a couple of those, the ones that really had haunted him those 4 or 5 foot putts that lip out. I mean, they had got to him, but boy, when it mattered, he put them right dead in the middle.
Yeah, I think he had 3 bogeys yesterday, but he had
Yeah,
6 birdies, so was able to post a low number. And Bobby McIntyre really struggled out of the gate. You feel for him because he's felt the wrath of Scotty a couple of different times in his career where he's just been close. And well, if Scotty was never born, then he would have a couple more tournament wins to
him and
his
JJ
name.
Spawn.
JJ Spawn too, but yeah, McIntyre, he bogeyed the first. I think he bogeyed 3 of the first 5
He did,
holes.
yeah.
And that opened the door, obviously, for Scotty Scheffler. And those guys were kind of neck and neck. It was back and forth. They were tied at one point on the back 9. Scotty had a 1-shot lead going into 17. And then, yeah, again, the chip in birdie on the par 3 17. Just the best chip of his life. I don't know if it's the best shot of his life, but I think the best chip of his life. And, yeah,
That one and the one at the Masters, I think, were the 2. That
yeah,
one
I
was
think you're
just
right.
amazing because that's downhill. I
It's
mean, yeah,
downhill.
you can get that thing going, but you can also get that thing going past that pin and into that water, that kind of chip. Yeah,
And that's the
that was fabulous.
Masters.
That was great to watch.
Yeah, awesome. And how about a cool $3.6 million being direct deposited into Scotty Scheffler's bank account today?
Yeah, how about that caddy making some coin there just for the week?
Like, how does that guy get that gig? I know the caddy's got a career in golf, and he's not just like me, like volunteering to be a caddy. Not like Bad Bunny, like you saw in Happy Gilmore too, just a random guy getting asked to be a caddy. Like how does that guy get the call, and how can I get that call the next time Scotty's regular guy is out for something?
Yeah, because he really doesn't need you. He just needs you to hold the bag.
Yeah, I'll hold the bag. I mean, I'll be exhausted. I might pass out by like Friday afternoon, but like, come on, what do the caddies get these days? What's the percentage those guys get?
It doesn't matter if it's 6% or 4%, you're doing pretty good.
What I'm gonna
Everybody
look
gets
that up.
paid. Remember, the agent's going to get paid too. His agent's going to get paid. That caddy's going to get paid. Everybody's
Five
getting paid.
5% of 3.6 mil. Let's just say it's that is $180,000.
Oh yeah,
So yeah, I would do that to hold a golf bag for 4 days and walk a bunch. You kidding me?
get your steps in.
Steven says Scotty's regular guy gets 10%.
Oh
So I
yeah,
don't know if the fill-in is getting that, but that's 360K right there. Just to walk around and say, hey, put it that way. And then Scotty can be like, F off. I know what I'm doing. You just shut your ass. You just shut your ass up and go hold my bag or hold the
oh my
flag
bad,
stick.
Ed Scott. Don't worry about it. I got it.
Oh my God. So a couple of superlatives for Scotty Scheffler, by the way.
Yeah, he was
Since the
amazing. That was good golf.
Yeah, since the Masters, he's got 5 wins and obviously 2 majors this year. He's played in 12 events, Buck. He is a top 10 finish in all 12 of them.
And he's
Insane.
looking for a huge payday next week.
Looking for a huge payday with the Tour Championship coming next week. And how about this? There's only been 2 golfers in the last 40 years with back-to-back 5-win seasons on the PGA Tour. It's Tiger Woods and Scotty Scheffler. Now, Tiger had 8 5-win seasons. Scotty has now 2. So obviously a lot of catching up to do to really be mentioned with the GOAT. But I'm telling you, when you do things that haven't been done since that guy, you are clearly in a league of your own right now. And that's what Scotty continues to prove.
Yeah, there's some fabulous golfers out there. It's just they look like they just get intimidated by his quietness and just the way he plays. He doesn't have to
Oh
say
yeah.
anything, He's pretty friendly on the course. And McIntyre just took a beating from the crowd down there in the Baltimore area, USA chants, because Ryder Cup's just around the corner. That is going to be some kind of Ryder Cup now.
Oh man, that's going to be so much fun. And that's the maybe look again, I'm not saying Scotty's better than Tiger, but the game of golf is bigger and better and more popular now than it was when Tiger's playing. I just think the level of competition is higher than it's ever been.
Oh yeah.
And the fact that Scotty's able to do this against loaded fields each and every week is ridiculous. But look, after the first hole yesterday, I actually watched that on the flight. And you see Scotty birdie 1 and you see McIntyre bogey 1. And all of a sudden the 4-shot lead is down to 2 after the
You knew it
first
was over.
hole. It's like, oh man, I was thinking Scotty's going to win this by like 5. I didn't even think it'd be as close as it was yesterday. And McIntyre, yeah, he never really found his game. And Scotty just, you're right, he gets in guys' heads because he just, I don't know, he's not a big trash talker or anything like that. He's just a machine out there. And you have to be perfect when he's lurking. Otherwise, you're done. And
he hits all
McIntyre
the
wasn't.
thing about it, he wasn't, I didn't hit every fairway yesterday, but when he hits the fairway, it's like you're done. No matter
Mhm.
if you hit the fairway, he's making birdies, you're making pars.
He's a freaking robot out there, dude. Like, that's the best way to describe what he's doing on the golf course these days. So, yeah, awesome to see. Tour Championship coming up. Ryder Cup right around the corner. The game of golf has a lot to offer right now,
Yes,
and
it does.
it's fun when a guy you care about and a guy you root for is at the top, and that's every Longhorn fan. I mean, it's hard to root against Scotty Scheffler, even if you don't like the Longhorns. I think you probably find yourself rooting for that guy often because he just does everything right, and
My
obviously for us,
daughter's the
pretty
only
easy to
one that
root
doesn't
for.
root for him because
Oh,
she has these she bets on these golf things. She said, "I can't make any money because they have to play every week.
yeah, you
Can't make
don't
any
ever want
money."
to. No, because Scott, you get no odds with Scotty, right? There's
No.
no juice there, so it's like he's probably going to win, but you don't want to bet the clear favorite because you're not winning a lot, and if he doesn't win, then you're obviously giving up a lot. But I had a
So how does
buddy.
it work next week? Does he has to it's the winner takes all next week, right?
Yeah, but he starts with a big lead, remember? Like he's
Is
going
this
to
the
start it.
lead thing? Are you sure that's the way that works this year?
I don't know. That's how it worked last year, I
No,
assume.
I don't think
I,
it's the same as it was last year. I don't think you start with like -8. I think there's something different about this. I don't know if it's straight up, but I knew there was a couple guys that if they would have won, I mean, if they win next week, that he's not automatically the winner. It's
well, yeah, yeah. No, he has to win next weekend's event to win the FedEx Cup this year and the giant pot that comes along with it. But
and what's that giant pot? Is that 20 million?
that
It's some
sounds right.
ridiculous. It's some
That's it.
ridiculous number this year.
Yeah, it's coming up in next weekend in Atlanta, and it's the $20 million. No, I don't know. I shouldn't be doing this right now. I shouldn't be Googling and talking at the same time.
Google and talk. What the hell? People are
We gotta
they're taking the kids to school anyway.
we gotta look that up. Okay,
I
yeah,
think
you're
so.
right. The PGA Tour is eliminating the starting strokes format for the Tour Championship.
Winner takes all.
I guess so. Everyone's going to start from the same place. They've eliminated that format. The field size is still just 30 golfers, but I guess it's winner
Yeah, if
takes
Brooks
all.
Koepka Brooks, hey, if Koepka feels like when I go play in a major, I'm better than half the field already. Scotty
Mm-hmm.
must be thinking, well, there's probably only 5 guys that can truly beat me in this 30 person field. Only there's 5 guys. The rest of them don't have a chance. He's got to
No.
wake up to that.
I really think the only thing that can beat Scotty Scheffler is his putter, right? We talk about this a
Yes,
lot too. I mean, when he's putting well, he wins. There's nobody who can beat him. When he's not, it opens the door for 5 other guys to
yes,
be in the
yeah. There you
mix.
go.
But off the tee and his approach shots, I mean, his green and regulation numbers are just insanely good, and they have been for the last couple of years. So, yeah, we'll see if he gets it done. He's going to be the favorite this week without question, and just a joy to watch play the game of golf right now. He makes it look so easy, and anybody who's picked up a stick in their life knows it's nowhere close to that.
No,
So congrats to Scotty.
only myself and Scotty can make it look easy.
How's your McCall Custom Homes putting green? Have you
It's
gotten to
it's
use
all
that
done.
yet?
The only thing that's missing, they haven't put up the big 10-foot, 10 by 10 net yet, which will come this week. So the green it is has 5 holes in it. It's got some undulation. It's got some uphill putts. It's got some straight putts. It's got some putts from 5 and 6 foot that I miss all the time that I can practice on. I was out there hitting a few balls the other day, but dude, it is. You're either going to go down there early in the morning or you're going to go down there in the evening. And that's when the fall comes. That's September. You're not going to spend a lot of time during these August months. You won't. Late September is when I expect to get down there. I got to get my little picnic table down there because I don't have any place to sit down there, and it's wild down in that area. That's where the deer come. That's where the deer roam. They haven't crapped on they don't like the turf, obviously. Obviously, they're not going to eat that turf off of there. But I try to plant some stuff, and those dudes are like, dude, are you seriously going to plant this down here? I need water so bad. Anything you put down there, they're going to munch. They will eat anything.
Deer?
I think a deer is like a goat.
They'll eat anything?
Just about. I guess when you're hungry and thirsty, you'll eat anything.
Yeah, I've been there before, I think.
I wanted to put a big thing of water out there, a big bucket, but I think that's asking for a problem.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a bunch of deer at your place, then it's a good thing.
I don't. Because
Well,
that
you
dog will
probably
be
are.
barking all night long. I don't need that.
Yeah, you're inviting them over if you do something like that. So
No.
don't do that. Hang on here. You're saying you're not going to use your putting green until the fall, yet you'll
Well,
play a 4 to 5 hour round of you'll play a 4 to 5 hour round of golf every week, and that's okay. But it's too hot for you to practice your putting for 30 minutes.
Like when I play tomorrow, I'll go out there today and putt, but I'll go out there for 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes. I do that. I've got enough room where my deal is once the net's up, I can chip into the net and I can hit driver into the net too. That's how big it's going to be. But right now, it's just about the putts. And dude, that thing's got a slant on it on some of the holes there. If you go up the hill and you don't get it up the hill, it's coming back down at you and going in one of the holes down below. So it's worth it. It's worth it to me to putt well.
That counts
Because
as
I'm a fabulous putter as it is. Now I'm going to be even better.
What do they say? Drive for show, putt for dough, right?
That's right, ladies. Putt for dough.
That's how you're going to be making some money, taking some money from your buddies.
Yeah, I just got to get used to the moving up at the tee box and not trying to kill the ball now that I'm moved up. Now I think I really can crush it instead of just swing normally. I'm up there just like I'm looking like Arnold Palmer swinging, just that fast, get after it so I can get down there and actually use an iron into the green now. I'll get it. I'm playing twice this week. I'll be at Summit Rock up at Horseshoe Bay Resort. And by the way, thank you to the folks at Horseshoe Bay Resort with their 4 wonderful golf courses, Slick Rock, Apple Rock, Ram Rock, and Summit Rock. I'll be playing the exclusive Summit Rock up at Horseshoe Bay Resort. That's right, exclusive.
I've never even heard of that.
Oh, I know a lot of people never heard of Summit Rock. It's a wonderful course up there. And the owner of Horseshoe Bay invited me to go play up there, and I'm excited. I played it before, but now they got a brand new clubhouse and some other amenities up there. And man, Horseshoe Bay is awesome, BK. I know, folks, if you're going to go have a staycation, it's from my house, I can get there in 35 minutes. A lot of places around here, you can get there in less than an hour to Horseshoe Bay, but they've got great amenities up there besides that. They've got a floating bar on Lake LBJ, a floating bar. Now, you'd like that to be on it while the thing's just floating around. And they've got a great hotel. They've great villas that they have up there. What a place to go. And if you're coming into town, say you've got some coin and you're coming to town on a Thursday, say for a football game, why not stay out at Horseshoe Bay? You can stay out at Horseshoe Bay. It's just a little drive into here, go back out there, all the great restaurants that they have. You know, they've got a beachfront restaurant, beachfront bars. They got it all out at Horseshoe Bay Resort. For more information, go to horseshoebayresort.com and find out what they have to offer out there. But they got tons.
Yes, they do.
They have They have a course called Ramrock, which Tom Kite hates. He did not like Ramrock. He thought that place is tough. We go play that. That's the one they send me and my guys on. Go play Ramrock. This will take you all day, and you guys won't come back.
If Tom Kite thinks it's too tough, then there's no way I'm going to have a good time out there.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I need to call Tom. We need to get Tom Kite on our show for this event and talk about Scotty Scheffler.
Okay.
We need to talk to a Hall of Famer about him.
I like that before the Ryder Cup or something, especially.
Oh,
that would be good. Yep. Shout out to our friends at Horseshoe Bay Resort. We'll do our first quick round of sponsor shout outs, and then we'll dive into some Texas football conversation. Plenty of insider notes from Saturday's scrimmage. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian as well. But a quick shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. 12 days away from Texas, Ohio State. If you're making the trip to the shoe and you want a ticket to be there, head over to centextickets.com. They've got you covered. Plus, every home game as well. It's not just that first game. They got every game all season long. Centextickets.com. That's the one place you need to look to find your tickets to every Longhorn game all season long. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out, and you will get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at centextickets.com.
Sweet.
And a shout out to AV Consultations as well. Some love to our man Tom McKay. They just celebrated 37 years as a company. They've been hooking up Central Texans for nearly 4 decades now, and they can do the same for you. Make it happen by the time football season rolls around. It's right around the corner, less than 2 weeks away from kickoff for Texas. The NFL's 3 weeks away. Get on the schedule now so you don't have to spend all of your time and money driving around the city every Saturday, every Sunday, every Monday, every Thursday. There's football all the time. You don't want to have to leave your couch to watch it. AV Consultations can hook you up with the badass TV setup that you have always wanted. Speakers, whole home lighting, surveillance cameras, they can do that stuff too. But the screens, and that's what sets them apart. avconsultations.com, or give them a call today, 512-255-8678.
Yeah, dude, I stayed in yesterday. It was, I went out, of course, got my handy dandy life alert here. So I went out for my Sunday walk, 1.5 miles, and I came back and I was thinking, what is it that I have to do today besides watch golf? I mean, I pretended like I wanted to go outside and do stuff. Still haven't torn that garden apart with the tomatoes and all that stuff where I got bit by the spider. So I said, nah, not today. I just gave it a not today and laid up on the big taco over there, which is killing me. Now my back is killing me. But I laid in the big taco and watched golf all day long. I watched some preseason football, some other football from, that happened on Saturday. But boy, was I lazy yesterday. I felt lazy. I got all my work in now. I mean, I got this thing right here tells me to stand and get going, lazy ass, let's go. And I've done that except for one time since I've had this watch. But boy, that was a struggle yesterday. And I know when you're busy traveling like you travel, man, that's tough. Plus, that doesn't get you until you get back from traveling. It doesn't happen to you right away when you get back. It's like 2 days later, you feel all that traveling and getting on planes and carrying bags and wondering time schedules and all that stuff. You have traveled this summer, man.
Yeah, well, once the season starts, we're locked in. I don't
we're
leave.
done.
The furthest we travel is to Dallas for the Texas OU game. So, yeah, no,
I've got
I
a high
usually
school
don't travel.
game next Friday.
Are you going to Dallas for that? Where is that?
Oh, that's a home game for Lake Travis. That's the beginning of the season. That's Arlington Martin comes there. Then the following is that was it
Rockwall. Yeah,
that's the Hall.
That will be the Hall right there. Yep. Well, it's that time, man. You'll be spending a lot of time with your couch coming up here soon.
Yes,
it's
indeed.
The best time of the year. Yeah, get the honeydews done. Hopefully you did over the weekend. Week 0, maybe you don't care too much about the games this weekend, but obviously once next weekend rolls around, it'll be locked in. All right, big takeaways from the second scrimmage of the fall. We've got Steve Sarkisian talking about the biggest differences between the first scrimmage and the second scrimmage. We'll play that in a second. But, Buck, the biggest story, it's something you called all last week, and it's something that came to fruition on Saturday. It was a much better day for the offense. A lot less sloppy, fewer penalties, only 1 turnover in the entire game. It came from a bobbled exchange between a center and a quarterback, but the offense moved the ball a lot better. They moved the ball a lot quicker than they did last week. So it sounds like that unit is coming along.
Well, one thing you definitely want is that all those snaps and, pre-motion things, you want to get that straight before the game for sure. You don't even want to go into the last week of that, having guys still doing those kind of things. You got to clean that up. But once again, I like I said, the head coach is not going to let his offense look bad the entire summer. And they're going to say some good things because it's just a mental thing for your group. It's a mental thing for your team. Got a new quarterback in there. You want to make him look good. So you design some stuff that's going to beat your defense. And that's okay for the defense to get beat a little bit. They need to have that happen to them. They can't they generally dominate the spring and the summer practices, but it's good. I figured that would happen. I figured Sark is not going to let his ego of what he does offensively just get hammered by that defense. That defense is really, really good. So they got to have some success on offense. And plus, the quarterback is just another week into it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it sounds like the defense had some success on Saturday as well, right? They
I'm
made some
sure they did.
plays. And it sounds like the defense won the red zone portion of practice on Saturday, which I know causes everyone's UTSD to flare up a little bit. It's like, oh, great, the offense still sucks in the red zone. Well, this defense was one of the best red zone defenses in the country last year, and
Yes,
hopefully
they
they
were.
are again this year. Here's a little bit from Steve Sarkisian, though. It's kind of nice because he had this press conference right after the scrimmage on Saturday. So you got his initial thoughts on everything that went down. And here was part of the opening statement from Sark. Again, recapping the second scrimmage and talking about the biggest differences between last weekend's and the one that took place this weekend.
And, last week we were really not very good from an operational standpoint offensively. Pre-snap penalties, illegal procedures, illegal formations. Thought we did a much better job of that today. I think we had 2. I think last week we might have had 10, 11 of them. So only have 2 of those. I thought was really good. I thought the receiving core had a really nice day. Ryan was back really going. Wingo looked great. DeAndre, Dalen McCutcheon, I thought, Kalik Lockett made some plays today. So that was really encouraging on that front. I think the depth at running back continues to show itself, and I thought that Cedric continues to grow and improve. He got more and more reps today, so all that was very encouraging. I thought defensively, the front continues to play at a high level from a pass rush standpoint and in the run game. I think the one thing we'll critique the defense on, but naturally we're proud of the offense. I think there was one turnover today, and that one came on a fumbled exchange from center to quarterback. And so I think we had some more opportunities to create turnovers defensively. We just didn't quite do it the way we would have liked. But I thought the defense did a really nice job in the red zone, much better than we were last week. And we got a lot of really good kicking work done.
Kicking work. Very nice.
I'll take that. Hey, after last year's kicking work, I like hearing good things about kicking work.
He doesn't want to say any numbers, but we had some good kicking work.
Right. I think
maybe he's just talking about the coverage.
I'll be honest. That's on me. He did spend another 30 seconds talking about kicking stuff, and I'm like, I don't need to hear any of that. That's
you just want to see that in the game. You don't even care about the practice.
I don't care about practice. I will say this on the special teams nugget before we get back to everything else. Steve Sarkisian said there was a blocked field goal at one point on Saturday, which I like that. I mean, obviously that worries you a little bit from the kicking standpoint, but those game-changing plays, we talked about it. Last year was the first year in the Steve Sarkisian era that Texas did not block a punt, and they didn't block a field goal either. So, those are game-changing type of plays right there. And Sark said he thought it was Alex January who had the blocked field goal, but he wasn't 100% sure who it was. But I will say, that's kind of cool. That's a good thing to hear, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get those blocked punts in the game. We'll see those. We'll see somebody lay out and be that guy. They got to do that. Once again, they've got to, in the SEC, just, it's not it can help you win a game, but it also can help you lose a game. You know what I mean? And most likely for a team like Texas with some of these great athletes, it can help you win more than it will lose if you can get blocked punts, especially a blocked punt. I love those. And they were so good at that for years.
Yeah.
It was fun to watch.
And that was they were great at that. Obviously, in the Mac Brown era, they were great at that. But in the first 3 years of the Steve Sarkisian era, even in 5 and 7, they were great at blocking punts. They had 4 blocked punts in that 2021 season. And they had at least 2 in every year except for last year. And last year, they played more games than any other year. So that was, you're right. I mean, more often than not, at a place like Texas, special teams is going to help.
And you're going to find a special player that has this knack for doing those things.
Yeah, you should have the best kicker and punter, one of the best kickers and punters in the country, and you've got those crazy athletes like you talk about who just their athleticism and speed alone should give them the edge against a lot of the guys they go up against. And Texas they didn't really have any of that last year. So they made it a point of emphasis in the offseason. obviously new kicker, new punter from the portal, and they've got, some great athletes and a couple of guys who should be special teams aces for this team this year. That third phase of the game needs to be significantly better than what it was in 2024.
No doubt. No doubt. That I'm not going to say it. I hate to put all this pressure on special teams, but it could be the difference. I mean, if you got the best special teams in the nation, that's going to win. That's going to win you a game somewhere within the games that you play. And I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, Texas didn't need to have the best special teams in the nation. They just needed to have an average kicker, and they won the SEC title last year. Like,
Right.
Maybe some years it's like tough to convince people that special teams really matters that much. But anybody who watched Texas play last year is like, no, we get it. It cost us the SEC title, and it damn near cost us against
You're right.
Arizona State in the college football playoff. I mean, if 4th and 13 doesn't happen, Bert Auburn might have had death threats after that game because of the kicks he missed. So, yeah, no, it's something that cost Texas dearly last year, and they're going to play close game. Hell, 12 days from now, it could come down to a field goal. It could come down to special teams. Just one big play,
Right.
and that third facet of the game might determine Texas starting 1-0 or 0-1 this year.
I agree with you. That's as we get closer to that game, this line being a 2.5 point line, I'm starting to think this may be one of those kind of games, BK, that a touchdown, a field goal may make the difference in it. I don't want it to be. I want to stomp them. I want to beat these guys by 10 or more points and just start off on that kind of note saying they're missing a lot. Texas is missing a lot, but Texas just has better players right now. And the quarterback will make that kind of defense, that difference along with this defense. And they'll take Ohio State a couple of weeks to get themselves together when Texas should be ready to go in game 1, I believe.
Oh,
but that's the difference. As you said, a field goal in that game is important. You can't be missing field goals.
And last year, it was a yard difference between these two teams.
That's right.
I know what the final score was, but anybody who watched the game knows Texas was a yard away from tying that game with 2 minutes to go in regulation. Like, that's how evenly matched these two teams were. They couldn't make that big play down the stretch, and it cost them. This year, it's number 1 versus number 3. And number 3 is a 2.5 point favorite right now. So everyone thinks this is going to be a close game that's tough and tight for 60 minutes, and you got to be able to make those winning plays in crunch time to win you a football game. I mean, look, I would love for you to be right. Remember, week 2 last year in Ann Arbor, Texas was up 24-3 at halftime of that game. And it was like, I don't think any Texas fan turned off the TV because this is a ton of fun. I'm not missing this. We're kicking Michigan's ass in their home stadium. This is awesome. But you could have turned the game off because you knew it was over at that point. So, yeah, wherever I can sign to give us something like that 12 days from now, that sounds pretty good to me. But odds are,
the closer we get, the more I keep believing in what this defense is about. I'm going to be as Sark says, I knew that they would win the battle this week in the scrimmage, or even if it was close, he was going to give an edge to his offense because they needed to hear some good news.
Yeah.
But the guys on defense know how they play. That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? The head coach may be saying to the entire team or saying to the media how well the offense looked so much better and everything else. But those guys on the defense, they know how they play. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
They leave the facility knowing we kicked the shit out of them again.
You're accusing Sark of being a liar here, huh?
I'm not. I'm accusing him of being an offensive-minded coach, and knowing what his team needs to hear. Not just the offense, but the team needs to hear that they've done some good things. It's good to hear that Wingo is healthy and ready to go, and some of these other guys. And when he talked about the receiving core, that was one of those positions I was waiting to hear about. They had to have a great day. They're going against some pretty good defenders in that secondary. It's nice to hear that they had their day too,
Yeah, Ryan Wingo, it sounds like, has been one of the best players on the field in both of Texas's scrimmages. And remember, he was battling dehydration early on in camp, and that caused him to miss, 5 or 6 days of practice. And I was starting to get a little nervous. Okay, like what's really going on here? And could the dehydration lead to some sort of injury? And are we going to have to worry about Wingo missing some time in the regular season? He's come back. He's 100%, and he has just kicked ass in each of these 2 scrimmages. And he looks like the best receiver Texas has, and that's a good thing because I think
Yes,
we
it
all
is.
agree he's got the most potential in that room right now. So we're hoping he can take that huge leap. And talking about Ohio State, I mean, they've got Jeremiah Smith. I don't think Ryan Wingo's Jeremiah Smith, but you look at some of what the receivers, Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State, Ryan Williams at Alabama, Clemson had a couple of guys that fit this mold. Like they were in the same recruiting class as Ryan Wingo. And those guys in year one burst on the scene and put up some gaudy numbers and were huge pieces to their offense. Wingo didn't have to do that because Texas had a bunch of really good guys in front of him. But the hope is okay, he was very similar to those dudes in terms of recruiting grade out of high school.
Yeah, it's his turn
Hopefully,
now. Yes.
yeah. Hopefully, it's his turn this year, and obviously, he's going to get every opportunity as one of the starters this year. So, it's interesting. Another big storyline at wide receiver. I can't remember if we talked about this on Friday, but it's worth talking about again because it showed up on Saturday. Emmett Mosley the fifth, the Stanford transfer, was expected to be one of this team's top 4 receivers going into the year. He missed his second consecutive scrimmage. He's dealing with some sort of lower leg injury. Sounds like he suffered this in the summer, and like I don't know if they didn't let it heal correctly. He was out there in the first week of fall camp, and he was really good. He was one of the big storylines in the first week of camp. Is like, oh man, this guy looks like the real deal, and what a find from the portal. But Emmett Mosley has missed like a week and change of practice and both scrimmages now, dealing with something. So, I don't think we heard anything from Sark about like whether or not he's going to play 12 days from now.
They're
But
just
Buck, when you're
resting him
talking,
now, probably.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like we're less than 2 weeks away from kickoff, so you do wonder if Emmett Mosley the fifth is going to be full go for game 1. So that's where Sark talking about Dalen McCutcheon and more so Khalil Lockett, because Khalil Lockett is more of an outside receiver, which is what Emmett Mosley is. So I think if Mosley has to miss, he'd be the guy who gets those extra snaps. Hearing good things about some of those younger wide receivers who might have to step up because of Mosley being down. That's good news.
Well, I mean, it sounds like they have about 4 or 5 different receivers that, I mean, it's just for those other guys besides Wingo, it's just a matter of you get a couple catches and you get some confidence. They get confidence in you. The quarterback has confidence in you. He'll go to you. You become one of the 3 or 4 that Sark will hang with for the year because we know he hangs with the group. Once he gets them, if you're not a part of that group, you can play up some mop-up time, but you don't get a lot of snaps.
Yeah, and I think that group is 4 right now. I think Brian
Okay.
Wingo's in that group, DeAndre Moore's in that group, Parker Livingston is in that group, and Emmett Mosley the fifth would be the 4th guy in that sort of circle of trust in the Texas wide receiver room. So you take Emmett Mosley out, now you're down to 3, and a lot of formations. You're playing 11 personnel, which is what Texas does more
Sure.
than any other formation. That's 3 receivers on the field, so you can get away with just those 3 being out there for the majority of snaps. But you're playing a full 60-minute game against a team like Ohio State. You're going to need more than 3 wide receivers.
Absolutely.
So that's going to open up the door. Again, we don't know. Hopefully Mosley's fine. Hopefully they're being overly cautious and he can actually play. And again, you've got almost 2 weeks for him to get fully right. But if he's not, then yeah, there's an opportunity for one of those younger guys to sort of enter that circle of trust. And Khalil Lockett's the guy. Again, I think he makes the most sense. Emmett Mosley 6'2", 210. Khalil Lockett 6'2", only 185. But you look at some of the other young Texas receivers, a lot of those guys are smaller than that. So Khalil Lockett was the 2nd-ranked receiver in this class, Buck, and a top 20 player nationally. I mean, we're talking about a 5-star here.
Yeah,
So,
one of these freshmen is going to pop up and have something that happens at a practice or whatever. BK, they're going to get in one of these games and they're going to shine, and they're going to get one of those guys is going to be a part of this group too that they can trust if somebody else gets hurt.
I think, in the spring, Dalen McCutcheon was the freshman wide receiver who was looking the best, and he just picked everything up the quickest. But McCutcheon, again, he's a slot guy. I think he's like 5'11", 170 something. So you're not going to put him on the outside.
No.
Yeah, Khalil Lockett is the guy. It sounds like he's had a really good camp and was great over the summer and has taken major strides from where he was in the spring. So that's a name that you might have to be paying more attention to. But it sounds like, again, when the coach calls him out in the opening statement, that's obviously a good good sign for him
Absolutely.
and a good sign for the offense. No major injuries, Buck. I will mention this because Sark mentioned this. Trevor Gooseby, Trey Wisner, and Jelani McDonald all got pulled from the scrimmage early. Sark said they got nicked up, but he also said if it was a real game, those guys would have returned. So it sounds like all very, very minor things. And it's like, hey, it's practice. These are three really important players. We don't need
Yeah,
to
minor
risk
things at
anything.
major positions, yes.
Yeah, it's like if you hear any of those guys get hurt, it's like, oh, shit.
Well, and the
But
thing I like to hear is, I mean, they don't say much about Trey Wisner. He's just been, obviously, just the way he always is. He's just been that consistent player that, does everything that you need him to do. You don't have to talk about him being flashy or anything else. We know what he can do. We've seen him play.
yeah, I think the
I'm looking forward to
biggest,
seeing what he's like in his second stint as the starting running back.
I honestly think the biggest Trey Wisner story right now is how good CJ Baxter looks. Because, we all agree Trey Wisner's going to start the Ohio State game at running back for Texas. And I think we all agree he's going to get the most carries in that game. But CJ Baxter keeps coming along. We've got one more bit of sound here from Sark. CJ Baxter got brought up in the opening statement. Sark, once again, said he looked really good. If you remember last week during Steve Sarkisian's press conference, he was asked for some standouts from the first scrimmage, and CJ Baxter was the first name that he mentioned. So somebody a little bit later in Saturday's presser asked a follow-up question on CJ Baxter and just kind of his timeline and how things are going with him. And here's Sark speaking pretty glowingly about CJ.
I was set on being overly cautious and patient coming into the season. I've changed my tune, and I told him that. I met with him after last scrimmage. I've changed my tune. We're going to be a little more aggressive than we thought, and he wants it. He wants it that way, and he continues to give me confidence that I can be aggressive with the way he's responding day after day after day.
That's great news.
Yeah. So again, Wisner's going to be RB1 to start the year. And he's earned that spot, and I'm excited to see what he can do, too. I don't want to poo-poo what you're saying. I think he's going to take steps and be even better in really his second year as the guy in Austin. But, CJ Baxter, again, whatever your expectations were, raise them because he's done everything right. And we know the coach loves CJ Baxter. He has from the moment he stepped foot on campus. So he's going to find what he's telling you. He's going to find ways to get C4 on the field as often as he can. And he's basically telling you that, I know a lot of y'all were thinking that, we won't play him much against Ohio State, and then we'll let him maybe get a few snaps in weeks 2 through 4. But like SEC play is when we're going to unleash CJ Baxter.
It sounds like,
it sounds like 12 days from now, he is going to be, I don't know if you could say it's a 1A, 1B. I don't know if it's quite that level, but it might be getting pretty close to that, Buck.
Yeah, well, once again, you can't tell until that guy's going against another team on the other side how his knee is going to react and how he's going to react to that. He, like you said, he got hurt just before the season started. So we'll see how he is once he's got 11 different jerseys on the other side of him.
Mm-hmm. He did. We played a bit of sound last week where he said he was really excited to get hits.
Well, I bet he is.
That's the first time.
Once you take that first shot, then you're like, now I'm ready to go.
Yep. And it sounds like he's, again, done everything right to this point and, didn't do really anything in the spring and was very limited in the summer. But he's, again, passing every test with flying colors. And Sark keeps putting him out there, and he keeps doing what he wants to see.
Has Sark said anything about any of the offensive linemen about some moves that they're making and, position guys going from one position to the next doing pretty good?
Yeah, I should have cut this one up, but Sark was asked, like, what do you think your thinnest position on the team is right now? And he did say the offensive line. And he's like, look, I don't know if there's any team in the country that thinks they have 10 offensive linemen that they feel really good about. He's like, we've got like 7 or 8 guys that we trust that we can throw in there, and they could be really good for us up front. I think sort of your big – so we mentioned Trevor Gooseby got nicked up. Obviously, Trevor Gooseby, the left tackle, he got nicked up, did not return. He's perfectly fine if you're just joining us. But it was Jaden Chapman who was getting the run with the number 1 offense at left tackle once Gooseby left the game. And Chapman is I think going into his third year, he's a guy who's cross-trained at guard and tackle during his Texas career. And I think since the Andre Kojo injury happened a couple of weeks ago, Jaden Chapman's been getting a lot more run at tackle because Texas
Yes.
is thinner there than they are on the interior of the offensive line right now. So Jaden Chapman was that first guy off the bench. And then Nick Brooks, the star freshman that we've talked about a lot, he has been working more at right tackle lately. Of course, Brandon Baker's your projected starter there going into his first year as the starter. But you wonder in an actual game, like, okay, if something happened to Trevor Gooseby, loud knock on wood, would it be Nick Brooks? Would it be Jaden Chapman? What would Texas do to shift up the offensive line and get their best five out there? But in the scrimmage over the weekend, it was Jaden Chapman, the guy who came in at left tackle, and sounds like he did all right.
You got to play. Everybody's got to play a lot of minutes in that opener. Then you've got the 3 games after that. You got, you want to continue to get better because once your first road game comes in SEC and the Swamp, boy, you got to be ready because they're going to be ready for you to come to play there. It's just the way it's going to be. So those next 3 games, you've got to be cautious, but you have to win those games, but you have to be able to let guys play and let guys rest in those games.
Yeah.
So it may not be as pretty as you think it's going to look at times, in the San Jose State. Well, the opener, you want to look good at home. If you win that first game, you definitely want to look great coming back home. But there are going to be times in those other games, PK, that it could look a little sloppy because you got to get guys ready to play.
Oh, sure.
That's a lot of games.
Well, that's the hope. I know people want Arch Manning to win the Heisman, and that would be fun, but I'm more focused on keeping that dude healthy over the course of what could be a 15, 16, 17 game season this year. So you hope your starters take care of business in those weeks 2 through 4 games,
right?
And you can get those dudes out by halftime or out by midway through the third quarter, and you keep guys fresh. I mean, look, the first home game, the Homo, is 11 a.m. in September in Austin.
Yes.
It's gonna be hot, and then the second home game is at 3:15 in September in Austin.
It's gonna be hot.
Yeah, the third one's a night game. The Sam Houston game's at night, but it will still be warm out there more than likely for that one. So yeah, you got to have depth more now than ever before, and the hope is that you get those second and third and even fourth teamers some run in the second games because you never know. I mean, again, long season, guys are going to go down with injury. Yeah, they're practicing, and obviously what happens in fall camp is great, but you can't replicate, this way better than I do, Coach. You can't replicate actual game experience. You got to be out there and actually playing a game.
Yeah, and you need them for the games, but the wear and tear on practice is, you got to be careful because the heat will still be around for a while. And these other teams that you'll be playing, dude, they won't win the games, but they'll do shit to you like nobody's business when you're out there because you're Texas. You got to have your head on a swivel against these other guys that you'll be playing, but you also got to give guys really, really good reps. The starters will be fine. It's those guys that are, close towards the third team, and you've been cross-training them, so you got to get them in those games and see what they're like. So you want to have a nice lead. You want your starters to play well. You don't want to look like dog shit and be in some weird battle that you shouldn't be in, going into the third quarter. You should have everything in hand midway through the third quarter and let a bunch of guys play. The guy who will still be playing is the quarterback. He's young. He's got to get as many snaps as that's just the way it is. It's not about winning a Heisman Trophy. It's about he needs all the snaps. He needs to see everything from – if the team is bad, he needs to see what he's looking at on defense,
I'll tell you this. If Arch Manning goes out and throws 4 touchdowns and has 0 turnovers against Ohio State, then I don't think he needs all of those snaps.
Probably not.
But, yeah, more realistically, if there's some ups and downs in that first game, then, maybe the coach will be like, we got to get this guy as much run as we can. And Sark's not going to be foolish if Texas is up 49-7 in the fourth quarter. It's not going to be, we need Arch out there.
Well, no, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a game if it's one of these weird games and it's 24 to 14 or something like that, he needs to be in there getting his snaps, seeing what he can see, and lengthening out the leads and stuff like that. He's not going to be sitting on the bench. I don't care who it is, 24 to 10, 24 to 14. the head coach is going to be worried.
Yeah, I think some Texas fans would be a little uneasy if it's 24-14 at any point in weeks 2 through 4. I don't think you fear you're going to lose a game when it's that score, but you hope you hope you get a little more margin than that. I will say this on San Jose State, Phil Steele has them finishing second in the Mountain West this year behind Boise State.
They throw the ball around.
They got Ken Niumatalolo as their coach. You've heard of that guy, which means he's done some things before in his coaching career. So I sure as hell am not trying to scare any Texas fan. And oh my God, if it sounds like I'm overlooking Ohio State for San Jose State, that's not what I'm trying to do here. But yeah, you gotta make sure you're buttoned up in that game, I guess. But I hope it's not 24-14 at any point, because that things aren't going as well as they should if that's the score at any time in those second, third, or fourth games for the Longhorns. Speaking of backups, by the way, I think another storyline worth talking about. It sounds like Matthew Caldwell, the Troy transfer, has emerged as the front runner to be Arch Manning's backup when the season starts.
That experience, huh?
Yeah, he ran with the second offense for most of the scrimmage on Saturday. Multiple insiders have said, over the last week or so of camp, he has looked better than Trey Owens. The staff likes what they're seeing from Trey Owens. They like what they're seeing from KJ Lacey, but KJ Lacey's the true freshman. I think, odds are he's going to redshirt, and he's fourth on the depth chart. So it feels like it's a two-horse race between Caldwell and Owens. But Caldwell had a pretty good first scrimmage last weekend. Sounds like he just kind of picked up where he left off, and he's not perfect by any stretch, but it sure seems like he is the leader in the clubhouse to be the second quarterback on this team going into the year.
That's why you go and get those guys who have experience in case you're a starter, and if you need them for 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, and Texas has, not to sound like a broken record here, but any Texas fan knows that it's very rare that a Longhorn starting quarterback gets through an entire season healthy.
Right.
So, Texas they don't make it to the SEC title game last year without Arch Manning. They don't win the Big 12 2 years ago without Malik Murphy starting a couple of games.
Yeah,
you can go back way before Quinn Ewers, obviously, to find examples of Texas.
Yeah, you can't afford to lose. You can't afford to lose games because your quarterback goes down. You got to have a backup quarterback with the talent that you have around him to make it through a game.
Yeah, and Caldwell started, five games for Troy last year. I'm not going to sit here and act like he's some sort of great quarterback, but he's got some experience. I think Texas is the fourth stop in his college journey. He can also run a little bit as well. I don't think he's an Arch Manning type of athlete, but he does give you some of that dual threat ability that Arch has. So maybe you don't have to change up the offense too much when he's out there. I think Trey Owens is more of a pocket passing type of guy, more of a Quinn Ewers type back there. So yeah, maybe that's another thing that Sark and AJ Milwee, the quarterback coach, really like about Caldwell's game. Hopefully you don't see a bunch of him, especially in week 1.
No.
But sounds like that's something that is happening right now. Caldwell,
unless it's the fourth quarter and you're up by 3 touchdowns.
Oh, that's best case scenario, right? I don't think. Did we see Arch Manning against Michigan last year? I don't think we did. I think Quinn ended up playing that whole game, even though Texas was, beating the brakes off of the Wolverines from pretty much the opening kick. That was a whole Arch game last year. So
they didn't have any Texas game plan, huh? They weren't cheating enough.
No, yeah, they weren't cheating, because Harbaugh left and Stallions was gone, and it was a little bit different. A lot harder to win when you don't know what the other team is doing, Buck.
Yeah, it is.
We got to get to that
story. It's an even
story.
playing field. That's kind of weird when it's an even playing field.
Dude, I would love Texas to hire Connor Stallions today. I guess they can't because now he's got a long show cause penalty from the NCAA. So he's
put a disguise on him.
Give him the Bobby Valentine disguise out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Fake glasses and a mustache and call it a day. Hey, go hire your own Connor Stallions. If that's all Michigan's going to get punished and they get a national championship out of it, yeah, go do the exact same thing they did.
They also get about $30 million. They got it.
No, they didn't get it, Buck. That's a school that has an $18 billion endowment.
That's what I'm saying. They got
20 to 30 million is not going to do a damn thing to them. That's chump change. They paid a high school kid $10 million to go there. You don't think they could pay? The whole school can't raise 20? That is chump change.
Yeah, that thing is $30 million bucks. That would take a lot of programs down the tubes right there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 30. You and I were talking before the show. I saw 20, you saw 30. Either
Yeah, I
way,
saw
for
30 originally.
Michigan or Texas or Ohio State or Bama or Georgia, like that is a slap on the wrist.
Get to keep
And
that national championship.
I'm not even going to say it's a slap on the wrist because you actually feel this. That's like a fly landing on your wrist. And like maybe if it hits you at the right spot and you're looking, you can feel it. But if not, you don't even know that it happened. That's what it
That's
is.
it. Harbaugh didn't have anything to say. He said, he doesn't make any statements about Michigan anymore.
No, here's what happened. Here's the full-on punishment, if you can even call it that, for what happened. And this happened Friday afternoon. So I know, Chip and Zay talked about this, and the guys on Open Gym talked about this as well. But Michigan's punishment for the sign stealing scandal was announced on Friday. And basically, Buck, long story short, everyone who does not root for Michigan is pissed. Like I saw a Wolverines fan on Saturday and I congratulated him. He's like, "Thanks, man. Like, that's great." Like they know they got off so easy. They did not have to vacate the title. They did not have to vacate any wins from that 2023 season or any year that Jim Harbaugh was the coach there. They will not have to serve a postseason ban moving forward. They will not have to lose any scholarships or anything like that. So all of the big stuff, the drop the hammer stuff that everybody was speculating the NCAA might do, none of that happened. Instead, a fine of someone 30 million. Are you still there?
I'm here. I got you.
Okay, I froze for a little bit here, in a different spot.
There you
Wi-Fi
go.
freakouts. Are we back on? Okay. Hopefully we're good. A fine for somewhere between $20 to $30 million, 4 years of probation, which what does that mean in college sports? Sharon Moore, remember, Buck, he's serving a 2-game suspension this year that was self-imposed by the school.
Yes.
The NCAA added 1 game to that suspension, but he doesn't have to serve that 3rd game until next year. So, and he's missing, the 2 games this year, not the Oklahoma game. Remember, they're pushing his suspension back to weeks 3 and 4 so he can go coach that big game at OU in week 2. So 2 games this year, 1 game next year, and then a 10-year show cause for Jim Harbaugh, who's never going to coach college football again. An 8-year show cause for Connor Stallions, who was never going to be a coach in college football again.
He already got his money. He's got his money and gone.
Well, that guy doesn't have to buy a drink. That guy doesn't have to buy a meal. That guy doesn't have to buy anything in the state of Michigan for as long as he's alive. So he doesn't even need another paycheck because everything he does is taken care of forever.
Sure.
And then Denard Robinson, former Michigan player and former assistant who was a part of that staff, he's got a 3-year show cause. That's it. Again, a bunch of guys who are never going to be coaching college football anyways, basically can't coach college football. The coach who was already suspended gets 1 more game added to his suspension, and a school that has an endowment of $18 billion got a $20 million fine.
Yeah, that's the way you do it.
That is so there's, again, like Texas isn't going to do this, but I'm like, every school, every fan base, everybody would trade that punishment for a national championship in a heartbeat.
Oh, cheaters are champions.
Yeah, well, cheaters never win. No, cheaters win. Apparently, cheaters win, and nothing happens to cheaters either in college football. That's the NCAA. And they released a statement on Friday about this punishment. Obviously, they announced this whole thing, but part of the statement is like, we had grounds to give them a multi-year postseason ban because of everything that we found.
Yeah, I do know they found a lot.
But we don't think current student athletes, they use that phrase, we don't think current student athletes should be punished for the actions of coaches and players who are no longer with the program. So
yeah, that was your big deal, is they didn't want to punish the guys that are playing now.
And I get that. It always feels weird when you're giving postseason bans to, and punishments to guys who weren't there and weren't a part of it. But you got to do something. Otherwise, again, everyone's going to be like, oh, we can cheat. Nothing's going to happen to us. It's all good. Whether it's, okay, if you don't want to punish the new guys, then you got to vacate what happened in the past or something. But, yeah, I'm telling you, this is a very minor slap on the wrist for
That's why the
Michigan.
Big Ten thinks they're the boss now.
Well, the Big Ten's also promoting 2018 playoffs. Did you see that? We might dive into more of that tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Now the Big Ten, they're trying to turn the college football playoff into the NCAA basketball tournament. And it's like, do we need this? I'll go ahead and answer
You don't
that.
need your input.
Yeah, Big Ten.
The University of Texas will let you know when we want your input.
The SEC thinks very highly. The SEC thinks very highly of itself. We've known that for years. That hasn't changed with Texas and Oklahoma in the fold. I mean, they think higher of themselves now that Texas and Oklahoma are in the fold than they did even before. But compared to the Big Ten, I mean, the Big Ten thinks they are like not only the NFL, but like the 32 best teams in NFL history. Like that's what the Big Ten thinks they are right now with their 18 teams. It's like, who do you guys think you are right now? Trying to take over the sports.
Yeah. They're going to make the commissioner of the SEC mad, and something extraordinary is going to happen, and they won't be part of it. They'll get all screwed up.
Gary,
that's what happens when you win that national championship.
Just get us to the games, man. Just get us to the games, and then we'll deal with all of the playoff expansion talk next off season. Because once the actual football gets going, that's all people talk about. We don't worry about all this other crap. But it's everyone's got their own idea for how to ruin college football, and there's the Big Ten's latest.
God,
insane. All right, we'll dive back into Texas. We've got more sound from Sark, more takeaways from scrimmage number 2, and we've got some Steve Sarkisian sound talking about when the preparation for the Ohio State game will get going. So we'll play that in a moment. But first, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Sue Patrick and the gang, Jay and Sue Patrick over there. Since 1975, they've had tons of Texas-themed gifts and books, also a wide variety of men's and women's clothing just for you for the football season. BK's got his hat on. Love that. Of course, they've got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. Sue Patrick's offers free shipping on products $59 or more, and, of course, that's online, and free curbside pickup. But there's plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. Go by and say hello to the whole gang over at Sue Patrick. Get all those T-shirts. You're going to need a nice T-shirt because it's going to be hot. If you want some of that Texas gear, you can get it at Sue Patrick's for sure. Also, it is their center for the Jelly Cats. I wonder which odd Jelly Cat they're going to have for $1,000 this year that I may have to get for my granddaughter. Not for myself, but for my granddaughter.
You're not paying $1,000 for one of those.
I'll put it down there in my putt-putt, like the carnival. I'm going to run a little carnival down there for the neighborhood kids, $25 a putt.
Do they do deferred payments for those Jelly Cats out there? Just put a little down and then let's just pay this thing off every month.
How about that? How about if you see me down there with a big Jelly Cat? Like they have those big dolls at the fair for throwing the ball and knocking those things that never get knocked over at the state fair, the ones you never win.
Those giant stuffed animals that they have.
I never wanted one of those things. I've gone to the fair. All I wanted was a whistle or something, or magnifying glass that I could have started a fire with. That's all I was looking for. I never wanted to walk around with that big stuffed ass bear.
They always had, what did I like? They had like giant basketballs, like not actual basketballs, but they were shaped as a basketball, and they had like Mavs logos on them, and they were like felt. That was like the big prize that I would get at the fair. I was never a big stuffed animals guy. So
I was the guy that had the little rings that you threw into the little round jar things, and they had the goldfish in them. I did win one of those. I won a goldfish, and I walked around the fairgrounds back in Pennsylvania, Allentown Fairgrounds, with one of those stupid goldfish in a bowl for like 4 hours. By the time I got that thing home, it was upside down in the bowl. The water was all warm. There was hardly any water left in the little bowl.
Tough day. That was a tough life that you made that guy live right there.
Yeah, poor thing. Just getting sloshed around. I'm walking around the fairgrounds, dropping French fries into the bowl with the goldfish. It was gross.
That is animal cruelty right there, sir.
Yeah, it was.
I think you broke the law. Oh, man. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. You know what? How about a word from our friends out at Covert Bee Cave?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Folks, the League Kitchen and Tavern, of course, right today there's a happy hour from 3 to 6 each and every day at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and the soul. Hawaiian wings, pulled pork sliders, of course, teriyaki glazed pork chops. My favorite, the Cobb salad, and all-day breakfast. As I said, happy hour each and every day. Don't forget, happy hour on Thursday is prime to wine. That's half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib. Love the League Kitchen and Tavern. 4 great locations: Lakeway, Belterra Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the League Kitchen and Tavern, and shout out to OLIPOP. Man, I was in Portland yesterday. Spent a few hours in Portland before taking the shuttle to Corvallis, where I'm at right now, and I went and got some ice cream yesterday. And how about OLIPOP in the fridge at the ice cream shop?
What?
You know what else was there? Clean Cause, one of our great pre- and post-game sponsors.
Serious?
They
Clean
had
Cause is
OLIPOP
out there now?
and Clean Cause in the same fridge. And I'm like, yeah, this is great. I got to put a TSU sticker up here somewhere.
Wow.
Shout out to the OLIPOP, man. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. It's all over Austin. It's all over Texas. It's all over the country with good reason. Again, it's soda, and it tastes like soda. Most people love the taste of soda, but unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past, OLIPOP is actually good for you. Ingredients in there that support good digestive health, very little sugar, 0 fat, very few calories. All the crappy stuff that you've been putting into your system from sodas you've been drinking in the past, you don't have to worry about that anymore. All you have to do is go get you some OLIPOP. 19 different flavors to choose from as well. Next time you're at the store, get you a can, maybe get you a couple of cans of OLIPOP.
Love it. Also, Hat Creek Burger. I went to Hat Creek Burger this weekend. I had the sweet potato fries. I had never tasted their sweet potato fries. Good stuff.
Nice.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
I never thought I could really get into the sweet potato fries, but I did. I tasted them, enjoyed them. I got a large and ate every single one of their fries. But boy, the burger, of course, was delicious. Didn't have the milkshake. We're still on milkshake sabbatical until November. I know it's tough, but I did have a big old fat lemonade there. And folks, if you go to Hat Creek Burger, you can also enjoy a nice cocktail, Mom and Dad, if you'd like that, while the kids play at the Playscape there. And there are some, of course, Hat Creek Burger locations that have breakfast just for you starting at 7 a.m. Love that Hat Creek Burger, folks.
Yes, indeed. All right, more sound from Steve Sarkisian here. Again, Saturday scrimmage. We've got the post-scrimmage press conference. Let's dive into the Ohio State conversation. Steve Sarkisian was asked, when does your team's prep for that week 1 game against the Buckeyes really get going?
It'll start into next week. You know, we'll start doing some things specific to that game plan. We won't necessarily just make that week all about Ohio State because there's some things that we have to work on, right, to improve upon. But there'll be a fair amount of work done. If you think of like a bowl game where you have kind of 2 weeks sometimes to prepare, or a playoff game, you can start the beginning stages of an install. But at the same time, we need still some training camp work that we need to do against good on good to keep our level of intensity and physicality up the right way.
Yeah, they're they're doing, BK. They're meeting on that shit at night when they're there at midnight. They're talking about the Ohio State game. That's what they're doing. The players may not be in, they have certain segments of practice that they'll do some stuff on Ohio State. But the coaches, when they come back from dinner and they get back in that room, they're meeting on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'll break it down for 2 weeks.
It's a situation that Steve Sarkisian hasn't been in as the head coach at Texas, and it's a situation that Texas hasn't been in a long time, where the week 1 game is against an opponent as good as Ohio State. So it makes things a little bit different. It adjusts your schedule a little bit. Now every year in the Sark era, Texas has played a pretty good team in week 2. So,
Yes.
and they've, Sark's admitted that they've done some prep work for that week 2 game during fall camp just because of how big that opponent is. But obviously this year's a little bit different. So Sark knows what's on the line in week 1. He knows what his team has in weeks 2 through 4. So, yeah, they've got to obviously get their own stuff cleaned up. Sounds like the offense, especially the offensive line, took some major strides in cleaning up some of the sloppiness that happened in the first scrimmage, right? A lot fewer pre-snap penalties in week 2. But there's some other things that they've got to clean up. The tackling is one of those things. Sark spent some time talking about how every coach in America's biggest fear is, how is our team going to tackle? Because, you have to practice tackling, but also, you don't want guys getting hurt in fall camp. So it's that fine line of how physical can we actually be? So there's a lot of things like we just got to make sure we're good regardless of who we're playing. But then it's we got a game plan. We got to come up with a hell of a game plan to beat a team like this in their house.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I'm sure they've done some work on it already. And yeah, that'll ramp up more this week. And obviously next week will be game week. So it'll be, the normal timeline and schedule for Texas. And oh, by the way, class starts. Yeah, Buck, you're welcome. Class starts a week from today as well. So you've got.
You want to be at that first class. You want that professor to see you there,
dude.
If you're in the big hall, hey, front row, get right in the front row, get right in the professor's face.
I got a request from the professors here. It's something that I shouldn't have to request. It's something that a good professor at the University of Texas should do on his or her own. You got to give the football team the first week off, right?
Oh,
Ohio State game, 1 versus 3.
Don't
the
they
biggest
use the
game
word
of the year?
Student athlete?
Hey, they can be student athletes, wherever that myth is, in weeks 2 through 4, and then they've got a bye week after that. So, hey, it's syllabus week. Nobody gives a crap about syllabus week. Nobody else is going that week anyways. You need to give the football players a free pass so they can be spending 100% of their time.
Show them that you care. Show the professors that you care about what they're doing too. Then they'll show you how much they care by passing you.
Professors, show the students how much you care about them. Show the university how much you care about it. They are the place that employs you. And a lot of the money that you get is because the football team's bringing in so much money.
Wow.
Show them that you care about your school and about the kids. Isn't that what this is all about, Buck? Caring about the kids? You're going to overwork them. They got to get ready for a huge game, and you're going to give them a bunch of...
Dude, how long is a damn class? 40 minutes? An hour? How long do classes? How long are your classes?
Either 50 minutes or like an hour and 15 minutes.
That's it? That's tops?
Well, you got like 15 hours a week. That's 15 hours they could be watching film.
No, man. Go to class. Get your history lessons in.
I'm not anti-class. Well, I was pretty anti-class.
Well,
but I'm not these kids needing to be.
Take over. They're going to take over because you kids won't go to class. You athletes refuse to go to class.
Just 1 week. Just the first week, man. It's syllabus week. None of the non-athletes are going anyways. Just make the professors.
You won't get anything from them because they're not showing up either?
No. No one goes.
Who's going to do your work?
Hopefully there's not too much work for syllabus week. The teacher who gives out work in the first couple of days of class, they suck anyways. So they're even worse.
You're about to get rid of them. You're about to not go to their class. You're about to get out of their class anyhow.
Getting out of their class. Yeah, I don't want any part of that. If I'm doing this much in the first week of the year, then I'm out on that deal.
I was pretty good. I was a pretty good go-to-class guy. I wasn't a great student, but I went to class. I showed up. I just had enough just to go sit right there and just kind of chill. Yeah. And then when I go ask the dude or the dudess, hey, I need a little help, they'd say, you've been in all my classes. You sit right here all the time. What is it you need me to do? Hey, I need you to pass me. Okay, you got it.
And they would say yes, just like that?
No, I just asked for help in certain things, and they were willing to help out. And then if I still didn't get it, they were willing to get me on through at times.
Yeah, I got that too, and I didn't.
By the way, some of that shit I wasn't going to get, no matter how many hours I spent doing it.
No, yeah. I mean, if you have a 40, they're not going to give you a 70 just because you you show up to class and bring an apple to the teacher every day.
No, but if
Not-
I was borderline
yeah.
passing and I showed up all the time, they weren't going to say no, we're not doing. They'd say no, you need to go on through. You did a good job. You showed up, you cared, you asked for help.
All you have to do is just be a good talker. Be a smooth talker, kids.
Well, I
and
was a
you
smooth
can.
talker. That's how I got by.
There you go. I was a smooth talker and I didn't show up to class and I got by. So
There you go.
advantage me on that one. Another bit from Sark here. This kind of ties into the one we just played, right? He was asked about Ohio State prep. He gave that answer. He was also asked about, okay, what are the things that need to be cleaned up, right? You're talking about mixing up, working on things, and also preparing for that game against the Suckeyes. What things do you really need to focus on before game one?
What are your major concerns when you go into a week one, right? You think about ball security, you think about tackling on defense, you think about the pre-snap penalties, and then you think about special teams. Those are the main things that okay, how do we take care of the ball really well? How do we work on tackling? And what's that fine line of tackling too much, not enough, so that you can tackle really well in a week one? Making sure that we're not giving away free yards, before the ball's even snapped, whether that's false starts, whether that's jumping off sides on defense, having the discipline there. And then how do you play sound on special teams? There's so much hidden yardage in special teams, whether it's punting the ball, returning the ball, points off the board, making your field goals, finding areas where you can maybe block a punt, block a kick, things of that nature. So all that those are kind of my main areas. Now, naturally, every guy's going to walk out of our meetings tomorrow and say, hey, I got to get better at X, Y, or Z. And so everybody's going to have individual things to work on. But big picture for me, it's like, can we take care of those 4 areas? And if we can do that in those 4 areas, I think the rest of the game will kind of take care of itself that way. And we'll find out if we're good enough.
Yeah, I think they'll take care of the tackling part. I think the physicality part, they will, this has been a physical team for the last couple of years. I don't think they'll lose that. I don't think you go backwards once you start into what they do. I don't think you take a step back in this program with that. It's just some of the fundamental things that he talks about with the snap counts. It's just, you just don't want to get off to bad starts on the offensive side or the defensive side, jumping off sides, the mental issues, punt returners, kickoff returners. Do I leave this in the end zone? Do I take a knee and just let our offense go? Do I take a chance? I mean, those are the things that and some of those are out of your control. They just happen during the course of the game. You can talk to a guy all week long about don't do this, don't do that. They get in the game and they want to take a chance. They get overexcited and decide to bring a ball 4 yards deep out of the end zone and get popped at the 12, Things like that happen. Although it doesn't happen but once, and then somebody else is back there returning,
Right.
Things like that. But those things just happen in the game. But it's like he said, the hidden yardage that you don't want to give up in the special teams or the silly penalties.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to give your Bucky's 3 keys to victory when we're doing our pregame show next week for that Ohio State game. And I got a hunch you're going to have something related to penalties, something
Yes.
related to turnovers, something related to special teams could be in there, and then tackling. Like, you could pick 3 of those 4 that Steve Sarkisian said and say, those are the keys to a victory today, right? Like,
Yeah, and I think
turnovers.
the most disappointing thing would be to me would be that they don't tackle well. That would be a setback in this program if all of a sudden you got to a game like Ohio State, who you played, you know how they play, you know what you're up against. You just went through an SEC season, and your team came out in game 1 and then tackle well. I'd be hard pressed to think that could happen to a place like Texas and to this defense or this offense. The physicality on the offensive line. We want to see that. We want to see if it's different than it was last year. Those are things that you have to have in order to win a championship. In order to win that game, that's what you're going to have. And I think it would surprise a lot of folks if you didn't see that from the offensive line and the defensive line.
Yeah, going back to the tackling thing, I mean, that's a great point right there, because it kind of feels like Texas has solved the tackling epidemic that was around here for a long time. I mean, even 2 years ago, Texas obviously did a lot of things right on defense, and they won the Big 12 and made it to the college football playoff. But like their secondary, they struggled in everything, but they also struggled tackling too. And last year, it just felt like Texas had it figured out at every level. I mean, and it's never perfect. You're going to miss some tackles. That's how it works.
Sure.
The other guys on the other team are on scholarship too. They're going to make you miss. But yeah, you don't want. I mean, the athletes that Ohio State has, you miss one tackle on Jeremiah Smith, he's running away from your entire team.
Right.
Like you miss tackles on James Peoples and C.J. Donaldson in the backfield, and they're turning what should be a nothing burger into a huge gain. And yeah, those are game-changing type of plays. So yeah,
you're not in the proper area on a screen, and a screen gets off, and they're down the sideline on you. Those are things you got to. I don't care. You got to push the guy out of bounds. You got to live to play another down. Make them do it over and over. I always say, no matter how many first downs they get, make them do it again. Don't give up a big play. Make them have to go through the whole sequence over and over and over. They have to earn everything they get.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Like, 12, 15 play drives, obviously they're demoralizing if you give up a 12, 13, 14, 15 play drive and it ends in a touchdown. But if you make an offense methodically move down the field, there's more of a chance they're going to screw something up. Right?
Absolutely.
If they only need 2 plays to score a touchdown, well, there's 2 chances to screw something up. If they need 12 plays to score a touchdown, then there could be a penalty there. There could be a turnover there. There could be a sack there. There could be a whatever that, So if you don't give up those big plays, and tackling obviously is a big part to do with, or has a lot to do with that, then that just makes life so much easier on a defense.
They're going to give up some. They're going to give up some free yardage because of where they're playing and the crowd and everything else. There's going to be some illegal procedures. And that's not always going to be on the offensive line. That could be on the quarterback too. This is his first game. There are going to be a couple of those. You just can't have an overabundance of those.
That's the thing.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
more
can have
more than 2.
Right. Well, yeah. What did you say last week? You were cool with 6 or fewer penalties.
That's 6 data, but I can't have 4 illegal procedures on the offensive line and your quarterback. That's a bad day.
That would be annoying. Yeah, that would definitely be a bad day. And those would be some tough practices, I think, for the offensive line after that game, if that's what ends up happening.
Well, it sounds like they went to work on that last week. They were not happy with all that kind of stuff, and they were a little ticked about it. And they should stay ticked because from what I've seen, this team has a tendency to – it happens in a lot of their games, not just the big games, but the little crappy games that they beat the crap out of teams. They still do these silly things,
Yeah. What did Sark say? I think he said they had like 10 pre-snap penalties in the first scrimmage. And he said they had 2 in the second one. So
I can deal with 2 because I just think that's just first game jitters by a lot of people, whether you've been playing before or not. First time starter, second year starter, senior. I mean, I think you can have 2 of those in a game on the offensive line, but I can't have 4. That's way too many because there's going to be other penalties in the game. Guys are going to hold. They're going to be pass interference, things like that happen. You can't have it. It'll be my deal. You can't go past about 8 penalties. 8 is the max for this team. 8 is bad.
All right. He went from 6 to 8 today.
I mean, total. I'm going in a game like this, there are probably going to be 8 penalties.
So last year, Texas was 75th in the country in terms of penalty yards per game. 2 years ago,
that's bad.
2 years ago, they were 72nd in the country in penalty yards per game. So
they need a huge drop here.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. That's been a bugaboo for them. I mean, they're not horrible at it. But that's middle of the pack. You'd like to be somewhere in the top 50, clean some of those things up a little bit.
Yeah, especially ones that are just that are on you. Snap counts and weird stuff like that's on you.
And if the refs are calling phantom holds, there's only so much you can do. But you're right. If you're jumping early, then it's like you can't blame the refs. They have to throw the flag on that.
The punt return holding guy who would get 3 of those in a year. I mean, really?
I feel like Warren Roberson had 3 of those every game last year.
No, you can't have those. That penalty yardage hurts.
Yeah, those 4 things, right? Like you're not going to have 0 missed tackles. You're not going to have 0 penalties. You hope you have 0 turnovers, but like you could stomach 1 turnover and still win this game.
Sure.
And in special teams, your punt returner could have 1 punt that he lets go by him and it costs you a few yards. But it's when those things stack up. It's when your
guy fumbles the punt return.
Right. Well, you have 2 turnovers. That's going to cost you. You probably lose this game if you have a crooked number of turnovers against Ohio State. You've got 7, 8, 9, 10 penalties. You've got 15, 20 missed tackles. You've got and multiple special teams miscues. Like that's where, again, a game like
and
this.
I think BK, we noticed that the yardage that happened in those games when they were up there at 9 penalties, 10 penalties was like 90 yards. 90, 100 yards of penalties. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, don't need that. Don't need that in this first game at all. So it makes sense that those are things that Sark's talking about working on from now until August 30th. One more bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian here today. Sark was asked about the defense and what he likes about the defense and actually some position battles too. Like who are a couple of guys that are fighting for starting spots on that side of the football. And here's Steve Sarkisian talking very highly about the depth on that side of the ball.
You could almost say we have 15, 16 type starter players. I look at our safety position and I see 3 guys over there that all could be starters. Whether it's Derek, Jelani, Michael, Xavier Philsmee's had a great camp. We just talked about corner. We talked about the interior defensive line. I think the depth at our edge position, so we have a lot of really good defensive players. So to say, hey, that's our 11 starters, probably not fair. I look at our linebacking core, all 4 of those guys could be starters, whether it's Anthony, Trey, Leonga, and Ty Anthony. Those guys are really good players. And so probably not fair. So I think about the 2 deep that way, what that looks like. I think about the 2 deep at receiver and at tight end. We already talked about last week the multitude of personnel groupings out of 12 personnel that we can utilize. And, at running back, it's 1A, 1B right now, where Cedric and Trey are at. And then, where Christian's coming along and what Jarek and James are doing. So in the end, I'm not so hung up on who's the starters. I'm more hung up on what does our 2 deep look like. Because if you're in the 2 deep, you're going to play for us, and that's pretty clear.
Yeah, if you're in the 2 deep, you're playing.
Mm-hmm. And Sark at the start of that was talking about having 15, 16 starting caliber players on defense, and that's not the first time Steve Sarkisian has said something along those lines. Remember, at Atlanta a few weeks ago, he said this is the deepest defense that he's had during his time at Texas. And that caused a lot of people to kind of look around like, what? Even though you lost Jahdae Barron and Andrew Makuba and Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton and Barron Sorrell, like you still feel like your defense this year is deeper than what you just had. And it's, the insider reports, and Steve Sarkisian hasn't backed away from that sentiment. He feels really good about what they've got basically at every level at that defense, not only with the starters, but with guys in the 2 deep. And you heard him mention some 3rd and 4th stringers there too.
Yeah, the depth is, and this is what they have to have, and they have to continue to have this, and especially in the SEC, especially in these, like I said, when we talk about these September, October games, a lot of those guys are playing, and they're playing valuable snaps. This isn't just go in for a snap or 2. These are series that you're going to see a lot of these guys that he's talking about that are in there. Some of the starters are going to get a blow, and they'll get blows for more than a couple plays. They'll get a whole series where they're not in there, and that's awesome when you got that kind of depth.
No, for sure.
I just hope they have it when he says. I hope they have it at wide receiver. I know he talks about it, but I hope that's exactly true. That they're as good of players on that 2nd and 3rd group than they have at 1 or 2.
Yeah, there may be a little bit of a drop off between the starters and the number 2s there, because a lot of your backups are, freshmen, true freshmen or redshirt freshmen who just haven't played yet, so maybe they're not quite up to speed there. But it's 4 and 5 star guys that Texas has.
Yeah,
in
and the
that
more
room.
I see that, the more I think that we talk about the offensive line. That group has to stay healthy too.
That's the most important group. Look, Arch Manning is your quarterback's got to stay healthy. That's the case for every team.
Sure.
That's kind of football 101 stuff right there. But yeah, I think that's probably the thinnest position group that Texas has right now. That's the offensive line, especially at the tackle spot. And they already lost Andre Kojo for the year, so they're even thinner now than they were at the start of camp. And yeah, they absolutely have to keep that group healthy. Obviously, you want to keep everybody healthy, but there are certain positions where Texas could withstand an injury a lot better than others, and
Sure.
offensive line is not one of those. But yeah, they brought in double-digit players from the portal this year. That's why you go get 5 defensive linemen. That's why you don't pull a Hugh Freeze, right? Hugh Freeze brings in like 1 or 2 good recruiting classes, and now he's playing golf every single day. Like he just stopped caring about that.
Right.
That's Sark's brought in 4 straight top 5 recruiting classes. Obviously a number 1 class this past year, and Texas is on the verge of another top 5 class this year. Like you just have to constantly replenish. And we've made this metaphor, every Texas fan, like you want to be Nick Saban's Alabama. You want to be Kirby Smart's Georgia. You want to be Urban Meyer / Ryan Day's Ohio State. Those teams, they lose double-digit draft picks every single year.
Yes.
And because they accumulate so much talent, and now it's easier than ever before because of the transfer portal. Now, it's obviously more expensive than ever before, but like because of the portal rules, you don't have to sit out a year. You can go pick and choose kind of any player you want in college football free agency. It is easier to bring in talent than ever before. And it's also more important to do that than ever before because of how long these seasons are. Like Texas, they've got it. I think they've proven that. I would like to see them prove it again this year. But that's what you have to do. You have to continue stockpiling great players, and depth matters now more than ever before, and Texas has it, I think.
Yeah, and that's why when you have your defense the way they've been playing, and your whole defensive staff that's kind of been around now, there's going to be some communications deal with a couple guys that you lose, but I'll tell you, when you continue to play defense the way they're playing, I mean, there are a lot of these players that they're not showing up on this campus just because it's an okay defense. They're showing up because these guys are going to the NFL. These guys are getting opportunities past their college careers because of what's going on, and what PK is teaching these guys is money in their pockets. They're not all coming to Texas to be lawyers and doctors. I don't believe.
They're trying to be kinesiologists, Buck.
There's some of them there for kinesiology too. Don't forget that. Yeah.
Is that a real job, a kinesiologist? What is that?
It's called a gym teacher.
You're teaching PE at some school somewhere?
Yes, that's what it's called, PE.
Or it's you're a pre-AP social studies teacher and an offensive coordinator at some high school somewhere. That's what happens.
I'm not trying to knock on anybody's degree. Mine was elementary education and special.
I'll knock on people's degree. I'll knock on my degree. I'm journalism. It's not even a real major. Like, I'll knock on that.
Yeah, my special ed degree helped me more in coaching than anything else, because some of the guys, they weren't they're not the sharpest pencil. You know what I'm saying? So there were certain ways that you had to go about teaching certain guys. They just weren't going to get it. You just couldn't put the playbook right in front of their face and say, hey, read this, figure it out. You had to teach guys, certain guys just couldn't do it in certain ways, and you had to do a little extra care with some others. Others, like Ricky, you just throw the book in front of them. Okay, I got it. As a matter of fact, I got it so much I know what that guy and that guy and that guy and that guy is doing too. Well, that's good for you. But I had some other knuckleheads that special ed, that minor in special ed, really helped out coaching.
Yeah, some of the guys you've worked with in radio too.
Yeah, I never even thought about that. Yeah, I had to use that. That degree came in handy too.
Yeah, that stuff's important right there.
Or talking to some of you people.
Oh, some of our audience? What are you talking about?
Hey, why not them?
Yeah, no, some of them need it too. We all need it from time to time. I don't even know how we got there. Texas, class, school, football, sports. I don't know. That's something I wanted to get to. We'll get to it in a little bit. By the way, our guy Adam at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, I see you rocking a TSU hat this morning. He texted me on Friday. He's like, why are you guys dunking on my major, man? He was a kinesiology guy at Texas back in the day. And it's like, well, you've got a really successful printing and graphics company now. Way to put your degree to work, sir.
See how you branch out? Good job.
My response should have been, even you know how stupid and fake your degree was. You went and did something completely unrelated to it.
Oh, my God.
Goodness. Yep. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as we'll give another round of sponsor shout outs here. You see all the TSU hats and shirts and koozies that we have, all made by Adam and his great team there. They're based in South Austin, so they can get you what you need and they can get it to you very, very quickly. All you have to do is either shoot them a DM on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. You can see some of the other jobs that they've done over there as well. Or you can call or text our buddy Adam, 512-300-9641. Big Longhorn fan. He's going to Columbus. He's going to like 3 or 4 road games this year. Goes to every home game. Big TSU fan as well. Hit him up. It's Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
So our good friends, of course, Jack Gilmore and the gang over at Daymaker Half Day Cafe. Right there on Mopac, you know where the old IHOP is? Well, they've turned that into a wonderful little breakfast and lunch spot. And, man, they have quite the menu over there. And obviously, you can have your early morning drinks there at Daymaker, and it's right beside Salt Trader there.
Yeah.
And that's been a successful business for Jack Gilmore and the gang there. And now they've got Daymaker Half Day Cafe. I got to go by there. I've got to go by there this week. I may go by there today. They've got a honey bun there, a breakfast honey bun, BK. It's absolutely delicious. But they serve a fantastic breakfast, plenty of space in there at the old IHOP. I love to call it the old IHOP because everybody knows where that IHOP is right there on Mopac. So
Sure.
go on by and say hello to the gang over there. And, of course, anytime you get a chance to go to Jack Allen's Kitchen, do so, or Salt Traders, they are fantastic restaurants. They do a fantastic job. The people there are fabulous, and the menu is absolutely fantastic. But Daymaker Half Day Cafe.
Absolutely. Love all of the Jack.
And they're open from 7 a.m. till 3. That's
There
why
you
it's the half day. They don't do dinner.
They don't do dinner, just breakfast
No.
and lunch. And like the Buck said, you can get your drink on at any time.
Yes, you can. You want to start early? That's the spot you can start early at for sure.
If your case of the Mondays has hit you at 8:41 a.m., then hey, head over
Go
there.
get yourself a shot. Go get yourself a shot to wake up.
They got you covered. Shout out to the Daymaker. Shout out to the Hecht Law Firm as well. My guy, our guy, the people's guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas. He's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results in Central Texas for a decade. So if you get hurt in a car accident, if you get injured on the job, if a dog bits you, whatever, don't fight the insurance companies alone and don't let them push you around. You need somebody on your side. Hurricane Hecht is that guy for you. He's not standing on top of cars. He's not filming a bunch of commercials, driving around in Rolls Royces. You know why? Because he's actually working and he's trying to get his clients money instead of those other jabronis who are just pawning their clients off onto these kids who are in law school right now. That's not what you want. You want someone who's going to be there for you every step of the way. Hurricane Hecht is that guy. 512-938-8929. Maybe put his number in your phone now. So if something happens to you or somebody you know, you've got it handy, ready to go. 512-938-8929 or find out more at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
And of course, our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. Hey, by the way, speaking of Clean Cause, they're soon to be in 34 Wine and Spirits. The Clean Cause group wants to get, because we're all about the liquids here. No doubt about it here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. But 34 Wine and Spirits for all your alcohol needs. Big parties, small parties, they're a wholesale distributor. But go by the store and pick up one of those fine bottles of wine. But there you'll also find the greatest beer in America or in the world. And that would be Altstadt Beer. Not just in America, it'd be in the world, I would think.
Why stop at the world? What about the universe?
And the universe, yes.
The galaxy.
Wow.
I don't know. It's past the galaxies or something past the galaxy. The solar system, is that bigger or smaller than the galaxy?
I think the galaxy would do it.
Yeah, it's the galaxy will do it. Altstadt's the best in the galaxy. I like that right there. Shout out to Altstadt Beer. Where was I? I was out at Kelly's Irish Pub drinking some Altstats last Thursday right before I left town. They've got it everywhere. And you're going to be hitting the town more as we get closer and closer to fall. Yeah, football season. You're going out, hanging out with friends and family. You're going to be going to restaurants. You're going to be going to bars to watch the game. Next time you're anywhere, make sure you're asking your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever for Altstadt Beer. You go through a lot in this life. You deserve it. Reward your taste buds with the best beer that there is. And, of course, Altstadt has a number of different beers out there already. They're also working on a few more as well, so be on the lookout for that. We'll be talking about some of those here on the show. But, yeah, get ready for your tailgates, your watch parties with the best beer that you can find in the galaxy. That is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet.
All right, Buck, let's dive into a little NFL conversation. Some Cowboys, some Texans, and we've got a big bounce back for Quinn Ewers in his second preseason game. I guess I'll give you the floor. Where do you want to start? Cowboys, Texans, or Longhorns in the NFL?
Let's go Longhorns in the NFL. They had a nice weekend.
Yeah, big bounce back for Quinn Ewers. He was abysmal in his preseason debut last weekend against the Bears. 5 of 18, 2 fumbles lost. I mean, he looked lost out there. Was rushing everything. The footwork was bad. It was like all the things that you saw from bad Quinn during his Texas career, they showed up at the exact same time in game 1. Well, we got good Quinn in game 2. About 11 of 17, 116 yards, and 2 touchdowns in the Dolphins game against Detroit. He started and played the entire second half for Miami in that game. He looked a lot better, more composed. A lot of his bad numbers last week, not to absolve him of all of the blame, but there were a lot of drops and his offensive line stunk, and he just got zero help from the guys around him. So he had some cleaner pockets this time around. It just looked way more comfortable in the pocket and just wasn't rushed out there. And it led to, again, a much better game 2 for Quinn Ewers, and that was nice to see.
Well, another week under your belt. I mean, you look at the game film, you look it over and see what went wrong, and he understands the guys that he has in front of him. He's not got that starting offensive line in front of him, so some guys are going to get beat. Some guys can help make you look bad. That's why you got to do what you can to make sure that your footwork is proper, that you're doing everything it is as a quarterback to help yourself out, because you're not always going to get you're not, like I said, you're not going to have the number 1 line in front of you, dude. It's not going to be there. So the things that you can control, you just got to control them yourself. And that was obvious. And, that's his first time in front of a live group coming at you in the NFL. They're better than the guys that you play against in college. They just are. So now you understand how good they are. Now you understand how quick you got to release the ball, get rid of the ball. And as I said, it's not going to always be clean in front of you anymore.
It just looked
unless you become the starter, and then again, it still is the Miami Dolphins. It's not like they're the best out there.
Oh, yeah, but you're also going up against starting defenders too when you're the starter too.
Sure.
So, yeah, that was much better. I mean, the game just looked a lot slower for him in the second one, and we'll see. I mean, he's got one more preseason game. I mean, I still think he's third on that Dolphins depth chart. Right, Tua's obviously the starter there. They've got Zach Wilson as the backup, and I think Quinn Ewers is number 3. He might be a practice squad guy early on.
Sure.
Although now teams let you hold 3 quarterbacks on game day. So maybe Quinn Ewers will make the team and be that third quarterback on game day.
Yeah, with Tua, they got to have him ready on game day.
Yeah. But, look, I thought – and that's the funny part about the preseason, right? Quinn Ewers was handing the ball off to Ollie Gordon. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
And those guys competed against each other, obviously, in the Big 12 at the 2023 Big 12 championship game when Ollie Gordon threw a bitch fit because he wasn't doing anything against the Texas defense and the Longhorns were killing him.
How does OLIPOP look as a pro?
Fine. I don't know if he's going to be that much. He also, one of his touchdowns was the Theo Weiss, a former Oklahoma receiver.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like that's the beauty and the weirdness of the NFL is that, guys you compete against, guys who are on rival teams, all of a sudden they're your teammates.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he did that to what? But good for Quinn. We'll see what he does again in game 3, but obviously significantly better than game 1. Andrew Makuba had a pick 6 against Dylan Gabriel, which made me really wish that Texas had Andrew Makuba in that Texas OU game 2 years ago.
Well, that was a nice pick.
But yeah, Makuba looks good for the Eagles and jumped in front of
That's what they need, another secondary guy looking good.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Eagles. They're awesome. I do want, like, their big question is that edge rusher, but they'll find really good edge rushers.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Eagles. They'll be okay. But, yeah, I mean, they got Jahad Campbell out of Alabama who fell to them in round 1 and somehow, and then Andrew Makuba in round 2, who I think we all think is going to be a really good player in this league. And what a situation for him, all the talent around him. That's going to help him maximize his game early,
yes,
too.
It is.
So that was great. And then Gunnar Helm had a great day as well. 4 catches, 48 yards, and a touchdown for Tennessee. He continues to look good. So I saw Jalen Ford had a pick 6 yesterday. I mean, Ford's obviously been in the league for a couple of years.
Had a fumble recovery.
Vernon Broughton did?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I missed that. Yeah, I missed that if that happened. But, some Longhorns making some things happen around the preseason right now. And it's very good to see. Unfortunately, we did not see Jaden Blue for the Cowboys again.
Yeah, what's the deal? I mean, is he injured, and is?
I don't think so. I think if Saturday was a regular season game, I think Jaden Blue could have played. But he's dealing with an ankle injury. He suffered it like the Thursday before the first preseason game. So a week and a half ago at this point. Missed the first preseason game. There was some thought that maybe they'll try to bring him back for game 2, but they're, preseason, I guess, being overly cautious.
Yeah, because I get tired of seeing that little dude run the ball from K-State. That guy just gets rejected.
Well, you're a heightist, which is weird because you're shorter than Deuce Vaughn, and yet you call
I
him
don't.
out for his
Hey,
height all
listen.
the
I
time.
don't think I'm shorter than Deuce Vaughn. I may be the same height as Kyler Murray and taller than Charlie Strong, but I am not shorter than Deuce Vaughn. There is no way. He is
Deuce
all of 5
Vaughn's,
feet. He's 5'5".
I think he's listed at 5'6", and I don't think you are
Wow.
5'6".
I'm 5'9".
You're
I may
rounding
be
way
hunching
up
over
there.
a little bit, but I'm no smaller than 5'8". That's for sure.
What are you standing on?
My heels. That's about it.
You're wearing your old platform disco shoes from the 70s? I mean, what do you have there, sir?
By the way, mine were silver platforms with red heels.
Oh, no way.
Oh yeah.
You still have those?
No, dude, I wore that outfit. It may have been I had black satin pants with a black shirt with a big rose on the back of it, red rose. I wore silver platform shoes with red heels. I was a sight to see.
God.
After a game.
After a game is insane.
Come on, man.
Did you
It
ever
was
wear
the
that?
70s. It was all good.
Oh my God. Did you ever wear that during a game?
No, I did not.
Okay. You go in the locker room and change into that.
I
You'd leave the locker
did.
room wearing
I didn't
that?
have any. I had shaved my face. I did dress up for a night stay when we went to the hotel. I dressed up like a lady and got on the team bus and got over to the hotel, and guys thought it was one of the coach's wives or daughters or something. I had a wig on, the whole works.
What?
I made it from Boston College over to the hotel the night before we left town, and I was dressed as a lady with a dress,
Why?
with shoes, with the heels on. Got in the bus. They thought it was one
Why?
of the coaches. They thought it was one of the coaches' wives or girlfriends or something.
Was that
I
just a
looked good.
bit? You were pulling a prank on people? Why did
Oh,
you
I
do
pulled a
this?
Halloween prank. It was great.
Sounds like you were hiding something.
No, I was not hiding anything.
You sounded really excited when you told that story, and it sounds like you
No,
really enjoyed it in the moment too.
no, 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 no. But I
So that
dressed up.
was,
I was a fashion guy. I did, in the 70s, I was bell bottom jeans,
yeah,
man purse.
you could be a fashion guy without cross dressing, and that's say if you want to do
I
that, that's
did,
fine. That's your
I did it,
prerogative. But this is
did it
breaking news.
for a game.
That's you say that like it's normal, like, oh, every football player cross dresses once when they get on the team bus. It's like I've never heard anybody else doing that.
Maybe I shouldn't have told you that story. Maybe I should have kept that
You
one
didn't
to
just tell
myself.
me, you told the entire world that
I'm
story.
sorry about that.
I
There
don't
are
know, need to
those who remember
apologize,
that.
man. I'm glad you're comfortable in your own skin,
I can't do it now. I can't get away with it. I'd be a bad old looking lady. It won't work. I was a good looking young lady back in the day.
That's weird.
Not now. I'm too
Good-looking
old.
young lady. So you changed? You were Becky at one point? Now you're
No,
Bucky?
I was not bad. No, Mrs. Doubtfire. Thank
I
you
was a
very much.
good-looking young lady back in the day, or words that actually just came out of your mouth.
RuPaul.
Doing drag shows. You invented drag. Little do people know the Buck
Oh
was the
my
first
goodness.
drag queen in the world.
Hey, the 70s was good to me. David Bowie, the Spinners, it was all good.
Oh man, I wish I was around for the 70s. Not really for the you cross-dressing part, but for everything else that I think the 70s had to offer. And
Oh my goodness.
the
What a
best
time.
part, I think, no phones.
Oh no, none of that. None of that could be caught. I could get caught. You'd
That
have
was
to
a thing
catch
in the
yourself.
80s too, I guess. Yeah, that was a thing for beyond the 70s, but like with everything else the 70s had to offer, plus
Very
nobody filming
experimental.
you.
70s was very experimental.
We've ruined ourselves as a society by filming everything everywhere we go. Can't get away with anything. Can't have any fun anymore. What's the deal?
What happened to all the fun?
What happened to all the fun, man? That's
Hey,
all I want.
we need to bring back the fun.
How do we do that? Maybe you
You can't drop those cell phones.
keep cross-dressing. Maybe that'll bring back the fun for you.
I guess the fun now is AI generated stuff. That's what the fun is going to be until they take over.
There is
Ain't gonna
some
be fun.
fun in
It
that.
won't be fun then.
There's also some scary in that too with the
Yeah, there
AI
is.
takeover because it's people don't know what's real and what's not anymore.
You think
That's
they'll eat us?
dangerous.
Will they eat us? Will they eat flesh? Can they
Well,
turn themselves into flesh eaters?
don't say us. They're not eating me because I'm always really nice to the machines, so they're gonna spare me. They could eat you. Yeah, I think there's a chance they will eat you.
They become flesh eaters?
I don't know. I feel more likely that they'll just blow you up or rip you to shreds, but I don't know if they're gonna actually consume you. But maybe
I don't
just
wanna be consumed. I mean, blow me
yeah.
up or something,
I
but
don't
make
think they
sure if you blow
need.
me up, you kill me. I don't wanna not have legs or something like that. And
Mhm.
I don't wanna be eaten by them.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think they need fuel like we do. I mean, they've got a different type of fuel that they use, so I don't know if they're gonna need to be consuming human meat.
Dude, I saw they had an AI track meet with them running, with the robots running down the track. That was as scary a sight that I've ever seen. Those
We've got
things
a
guns and stuff. Can you imagine seeing that come running down the street?
we've
That's
got
not
a
gonna work.
segment. We've got a segment coming up later this week where we're gonna talk about the Rizbot. Have you heard of the Rizbot?
No.
It's a new robot going around the country, and he's like coordinated and programmed with pickup lines. So he's like going up to your girl and trying to woo her away. Better be careful.
Does he have a package? Are they packing too?
They're packing 3 legs down there,
I'm
just so
I'm
you
done with
know.
I'm done with my vibrating ball. I'm gonna throw that out because that's part of their deal, probably.
Oh, you're gonna use the robot as the vibrator instead? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm not. I'm getting no more vibrating guns around me. No,
Oh
thank
man,
you.
we're off the rails here. Quick Cowboys nugget, Buck. Joe
Make America
Milton.
fun again. That's
I
right.
like that. Yeah, make America fun again. I like that slogan right there. Joe Milton is not making being a Cowboys fan fun again. That guy looks awful. The whole offense looked really bad for the Cowboys against Baltimore on Saturday nights. But Joe Milton, of course, is the guy the Cowboys traded for this offseason to be Dak's
Wow.
backup. And it's now 2 preseason games where he just doesn't look good at all. 9 of 18, 122 yards, threw a pick, took a safety in the first quarter. He had like a couple of solid throws. He had one beautiful deep ball to Jonathan Mingo,
Oh, down
but
the
like
sideline. That was a nice throw.
way more bad than good. Way more bad than good. And again, we talked about it with Texas earlier. It's the case with most teams at any level of football. If the starting quarterback misses a significant period of time, your season's down the crapper. It looks like that's going to be the case with Dallas again. So, Dak Prescott, stay healthy, please.
Yeah, I mean, Milton looks like what he always was, kind of. He doesn't change very much. Not
No,
very accurate. He's a good athlete. He can take off and run. His decision making, it takes too long. He holds on to the ball too long.
he has crazy arm talent. He is one of the
Oh,
best
yeah.
arms in the league, but he's just so inconsistent. And you're right, he's a slow processor at times, and it's not good enough. It's not good enough. So I wonder a couple of things. I wonder, number one, I wonder if Will Greer is better. Will Greer, the former West Virginia Mountaineer, every Texas fan hates. He's the third stringer right now. Like he might be better than Joe Milton at this moment. And then I wonder if the Cowboys are regretting letting Cooper Rush
Well,
walk.
they have to be.
And not that Cooper Rush is very good. I think his first pass of the preseason last week was an interception. But like you kind of knew what you had with Cooper Rush. He was fine as a backup. So I wonder if they miss him. I wonder if they miss Trey Lance. Trey Lance, I think, was looking better than Joe Milton in some of these preseasons. So yeah, I don't know. Again, the Cowboys, Dak's got to stay healthy, otherwise they're in
Yes.
trouble.
They're
Other
not going to win any
Cowboys,
games those other guys. First of all, they can't run.
no, they can't run. Like you said, Deuce Vaughn didn't do anything.
No.
Jaden Blue. I mean, the Cowboys barely had the ball. The Cowboys had the ball for 6 minutes and 15 seconds in the first half on Saturday. Like it was ugly all around. The offense was going 3 and out. They took a safety. They had a turnover, and the defense was giving up long drives. And Mozzie Smith also. That guy should be cut when the roster cut down day happens because he's terrible. He's so
Yeah, they
bad.
can't stop. They can't stop the run, and they can't run.
No, that's a bad combination right there.
I'm seeing a lot of their special teams. Their kicker is just awesome, but the kicker and the punter are good. Other than that, there's nothing exciting about them special teams wise.
No. Yeah, I mean, Brandon Aubrey maybe has the best leg in the sport. Brian Anger, solid. Kavontae Turpin's a great returner. Yeah, special teams is without question the best unit that the Cowboys have right now. And they're okay. I mean, again, we're not seeing a lot of the starters, so you don't want to freak out too much about what a team is going to be because of what's happening in the preseason with a bunch of second, third, and fourth teamers. But yeah, Joe Milton, that's the big takeaway if you're a Cowboys fan, is that guy looks way in over his head. CJ Stroud looked good. Last NFL nugget here, and we'll bring on Wags and Walsh today. CJ Stroud played a little bit for the Texans, 6 of 8, 44 yards for a touchdown. Did miss one throw to Nico Collins that should have been another touchdown. But, yeah, he played good. I thought the offensive line looked good, most importantly for the Texans. And CJ Stroud wasn't running for his life like he was all of last year. So that's talking about.
Yeah, those couple of throws, they wanted to get some quick outs, and he threw some nice out patterns. So I'm hitting Nico with an out pattern. It was really nice, right on target, right on time, got rid of the ball. You know, that guy's got a strong arm, man.
Yeah, he's a monster. And the Texans fans are looking for more of rookie year CJ Stroud than sophomore year CJ Stroud. And again, a lot of what happened last year was bad offensive line play, receivers getting hurt, questionable offensive coordinating. Obviously, the Texans made a move at that position after the year. So, yeah, we'll see.
They get rid of Mechie. Is he gone? He's going to the Eagles now, right?
Yeah, that was the trade that happened over the weekend.
Look out. He'll be all pro. He'll be healthy and ready to go for the Eagles.
Yeah, Texans got tight end Harrison Bryant. Remember, Brevin Jordan got hurt, so the Texans short a tight end. And I don't know if John Mechie was going to make the team in Houston. Like, they're loaded at receiver. They drafted 2 kids out of Iowa State. I thought Mechie was going to be great. Obviously got hurt his last year at Bama, then battled leukemia his rookie year. So he didn't play his first year in the NFL, and maybe that's part of why things.
Yeah, he's not. He hadn't come back from that yet. That's a couple-year deal. That's to get his health back to where he wants to get it. So, I never thought he was going to be a great one when he came out. I thought he'd be a consistent guy. Philadelphia got the true wide receiver from Alabama. That guy is otherworldly. He is awesome. For a skinny little guy, he can go.
Devontae Smith. Yeah,
man,
there's a few. And they've had a lot of good receivers at that place recently, haven't they? Insane.
Yeah, what's going on with Terry McLaurin? Are they not going to sign? Is that guy going to sit out?
I don't know. McLaurin, similar to the Dak Prescott situation, looking for a new contract. He's requested a trade, and I don't know. He's still doing a hold in, I believe, in our nation's capital. So. We will see. If something happens there. All right, we'll bring on Wags and Walsh, and then we'll show this video here. First of all, good morning, boys.
Good morning, gents. How are we? Good to see you, buddy.
Guys, football is back. You know why? Because of this. Yeah. This is a fight at the Superdome in New Orleans between a Jags and a Saints fan on the concourse. This is yesterday. This is preseason.
Hot this guy was going for a takedown. That guy on the bottom was going for a takedown the whole time. The guy on the top is going to crush him for that.
Yeah, the guy on the top's a wrestler. Once he gets him down, it's done.
Yeah. Yep.
Not good.
You get some punches thrown, but here's where it gets good. Oh, we got the shirt coming off, and then hold on.
Oh no! Don't do that! Don't do that!
Down go the pants.
Oh, did not see that coming.
The shirt comes off.
No, don't go back. No reason to go back for more.
Listen, it's preseason for everyone, even the
that's
the
true. It's preseason. They're not in fighting form yet.
It was really funny. I was watching one of the preseason games the other night, and there was a clear it was last night with the Bills and the Bears. Clear first down that they get, and Greg Olsen, and Buffalo challenged it, right? Like, what the hell were they doing? And Greg Olsen was just like, "It's preseason for everybody, man."
Wow.
Yeah,
you gotta get it out. Gotta get it out.
Yeah, so that's, that game ended in a tie. Maybe those fans were pissed that they let that preseason game end in a tie. There's a lot of money and a bet placed at Harrah's before the game, and no one gets to win because of that. I don't know, but football is so back. Like that. This is what it's all about. Don't say that preseason doesn't mean anything to anybody because you've got this going on, all right?
I am very curious to what started that fight.
It's
typical 4 beers, 5 beers, and your team sucks.
This could be the start of a new geographical rivalry between New Orleans and Jacksonville down south now.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the two completely random fan base. They never see each other. They never play each other. And it's a guy, Jags fan wearing a Travis Hunter jersey, and then a Saints fan wearing a Saints polo. The pants go down. Yeah, here's the best part at the end.
You can't go back for more after that. Don't go back. Just go out the door. You had the door right
strategy, though.
You got into a little tussle. That's fine. But there's no need to go back for more of that. Just go ahead and go out that door. The exit is right there where he was.
But before they battle for the number 1 pick this season, they're going to battle it out on the concourse in the preseason.
Piso mojado, boys. Piso mojado. All right, guys. We'll get out of here.
All right.
Y'all have a great show.
You boys have a great Monday.
Thanks for turning us on.
See y'all.
Mr. Walsh, good sir. How are you, amigo?
Howdy. Good morning. Good to be back with you here on these airwaves. Been itching to get back on here with football coming up, baseball, just getting down to the nitty gritty. And then, of course, college football. I keep seeing the commercial already for you guys against Ohio State there.
It's driving me nuts, Walsh. It's making me sick. They're putting the hate medicine out there already for us. It's crazy.
These are not Ohio State colors, by the way. All right.
No, I know.
I promise. I promise.
Got you.
It's for Rutgers. It's for Rutgers.
I'm Jersey, baby, Jersey. So hey, I'm you and Tony Soprano, dude. I'm with you, man. Thank you so much, by the way, for carrying us. Those of you guys that needed baseball content and needed gambling and prop betting content and basketball content, you got it with Walsh. So thank you so much for carrying us, being the bridge and getting us to football season. Thank you, Walsh. Thank you. You're a diamond in the rough, and it's good to press you so much to get those sharp diamond edges, buddy. That's where we're at. How are you, man? It's good to see your ass, dude.
I am, man. I've been putting a lot of work in at the golf course. That's been like my weekend job recently.
Life must be good for you then, buddy. Life must be good if you're on the golf course.
No. Well, here's the thing. I work at the golf course. I don't get to touch the golf course. It's a very elite golf course. I'd probably say one of the most elite golf courses in the country.
So wait, when you go onto this golf course, are you the help? Or are you?
I work up in the locker room, right? So basically, all the equipment, if guys need things done with their shoes, I'm making sure things look all right up there.
That's the only way they let me on at Avery Ranch is if I'm tending to the people, to the good people, the good patrons of the club. Yeah. I'm not a member of the club. I'm just a helper.
Right. Well, listen, I mean, every Monday, right, the course is usually closed, but I'm always working on Monday. So they have a staff day where everybody can play, but I just personally can't go on Monday. That's
sure. No, I got. Hey, but you know what we need? We need a club versus the patrons. You know what I mean? Staff.
Oh yeah. Club. Oh my God. Yeah, that would be so cool because there's a lot of good Bayonne golfers that probably will never get the opportunity to play on that course, but that would be really fun. I just don't think that they would ever go for it. I did get to.
Are we talking about? Are we making Caddyshack 3? Are we talking about the rights to Caddyshack 3?
That would be great. That would be incredible. Your boy Strahan was there a couple of weeks ago.
Was the river running through it or what?
He's not bad. Who else? We had CC Sabathia was there.
Can he play?
Yeah, he's a very good athlete, and I guess he stopped drinking years ago.
Are you messing with me?
I am not.
Is a good athlete.
CC Sabathia is an incredible athlete, but he stopped. I mean, again, this isn't from talking with the guy. This is just public knowledge. But he stopped drinking not long after his playing days, and he is ripped, he is not the same husky guy that I think that we all remember,
man, or whatever he used to.
Yeah, but he's in really good shape. And speaking of not drinking, I've been there myself too. So hopefully I'll get.
Congratulations, man!
Thank you. Hopefully I'll get ripped like Cece and be.
Now are you doing it for physical looks?
A whole round,
all over, just clarity too.
it's a whole round thing because the shifts that I do at the golf course are like 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So there's no way in hell I would ever wake up if that was the case. So
Here's the one thing though about like I'm happy that I don't drink like I used to, right? Hell, Walsh, I hardly touch it anymore, right? But here's the thing, like when I'm going to write or when I'm doing something to where I gotta write, or if I'm doing any coding, I really do like a good stiff drink. You know what I mean? Something that I can just sip on or whatever. Maybe even a cold effing beer, you know, and a cold Altstadt or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Just while you're doing something. And this Texas heat, man, sometimes after you get done the lawn in the Texas heat, sometimes you want a nice cold beer, buddy. Sometimes you
hey, listen, you know what the funniest thing is, right? Like you tell people you don't drink and they're like, oh, you know what they say about people who don't drink, right? Like you can't trust them. And then I always say, like, well, if that's the case,
you can't trust me.
If that's the case, then I was the most trustworthy individual on the face of the earth a few months back. You know,
top secret. What's the top secret clearance? Give Walsh something over the top secret clearance. He was holding it down for all of us.
But
where you want to go first, amigo? We got. I mean, how much? First off, best thing you saw from the weekend? A lot of football, buddy. A lot of Hey, are you with me? Are you? I know you're not a Giants fan, but what's the talk up in the town there, man? Are the Giants going to the? Is Dart taking the Giants to the Super Bowl or what? What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, listen, I think Dart eventually is going to get some play, right? Like we talk. I mean, Jameis Winston, you know, I love him, and he's a great.
You guys are cousins, right? You guys are
absolutely.
Same family?
I think it's so funny that the Bucs get rid of Jameis Winston, they bring in Tom Brady, and then win the Super Bowl. But I mean, Jameis in I think it was his last 2 years with the Bucs, like he was putting up really good numbers. It's just the defense was terrible, you know. And granted, guys throwing interceptions, and then you know we come to find out he can't even see. How are you? That has to be some sort of reflection on that draft that the number one pick couldn't even see straight for years. Like, are you kidding me?
It's it goes to show, like, when people say he's got all the intangibles, that probably means you didn't do any research. You're just saying exactly what people put in your mouth or what all the pundits out there and you know, spew or whatever. He's got, and every time I hear intangibles, I always think of Brian Billick. Sorry, Brian Billick. I always think of the Ravens head coach. Oh, was it you that gave me the nugget for Ravens versus Cowboys? Did you give me that?
This season,
I took Ravens versus Cowboys this weekend. I mean, the Ravens were the underdog, Walsh. The Ravens were the effing underdog for the under. I thought it was you that gave me that one. I'm just like, Jesus, yeah, that's a gimme. That's a layup. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. So I wasn't betting on preseason, right? So like I did week one. What was it? I think it was the Thursday night slate in week one. I did the Hall of Fame game, but this last weekend I just kept it straight with baseball. So I didn't look at anything from a betting perspective like that. But I guess the one takeaway, right? Like I actually got to sit down and enjoy that Bears game last night, that performance, right? Like that was impressive. I think, you know, it was really funny because I'm sitting there watching the game with my girlfriend. I'm like, I guarantee you, like, there's just a flood of people betting on the Chicago Bears to win the Super Bowl right now, just based on this performance, right? Sure enough. What's up?
Did you see any numbers last night? Did you see any spikes?
I didn't. No, nothing to that effect. But I saw it in person this morning. I'm walking my dog, and I run into my buddy Diego, who's a cop here in town, huge Bears fan. Sure enough, I go, hey, how about those Bears last night? He's like, yeah, I just put 100 on to win the Super Bowl. I said, oh, sir, what are you doing?
Hey, sir. Look, you took a flyer. What are the odds, by the way? Do you have the odds for the Bears to win the Super Bowl? Just on a flyer.
Let's see.
Just on a bill, right? Just on a bill.
We'll get this.
A little C note there. What can the C note get you for the Bears return?
All right, so $100 on the Bears, right? They're at plus 4,500. So that's what you'd be getting back.
Nice little flyer. What about the G-Man? What about the Giants? Giants defense, baby. Giants defense.
You can buy MetLife Stadium if you put a bet on the Giants to win the Super Bowl, and they do. That's basically what you get. It's plus 15,000.
Plus 15,000?
Yeah.
Jesus, dude.
So, but no, I guess the one thing I wanted to say about the Bears, though, right, is granted backups and the Bears played their guys, against Buffalo's nobodies.
The AT&T crew are outside. I got to switch audio up real quick.
Oh no. Okay, but I mean, look, you could at least see that the play calling, right, is there at the Bears. They're effective in what they're doing. They got phenomenal depth. That's great, right? But once we get to the regular season, once we start getting into that Chicago weather, right, it's going to be a lot tougher on these guys. Running back position, not all that assured. But I think, again, that was my biggest takeaway from the weekend just because of what I saw. But the Bears looked phenomenal last week. Just the first half, just very mistake-free football, just very efficient. And again, that's the new coaching that's there at Chicago, right? Like that's the benefit. So I think they are going to be vastly improved, but let's pump the brakes on all those Super Bowl bets.
Yeah, but I mean, like what you saw, the first week out of Ben Johnson's little arsenal didn't exactly go their way, right? No. But then all of a sudden, they come out, they roll out 38 points against Buffalo, which if anybody's going to take on Kansas City Chiefs, it's the Buffalo Bills. Right. But I mean, absolutely last night. Now, consider the opposition. We know that we're not getting all the Joes, like all the starters or everything. Right. But still, 38 points is still efficient football. That is still good football.
Absolutely. And not only 38 points last night, but 28 in the first half. So,
right.
And again, these guys, like Luther Bird in the third, right, had a couple of nice blocks out there. I think the Bears, offensively, they're going to be phenomenal. It's going to be a very fun offense. And I know we're going to talk about fantasy, right?
Sure.
I got my draft next week, drafting out of the 8-hole. So
it's prime time. 8-hole.
Yeah.
8-hole.
Yeah. I think they're going to like who. So I'm with Paulie Shapiro.
Okay. All right.
So we're in that league with, I think, like Adam Ronis, a couple of the guys from Sirius XM, but we're gonna be combining together for a team in that league. So that should be fun. And drafts next week out in NYC.
Is Matt Deutsch in that league with you guys?
I am not sure. I think Howard. I don't want to quote anybody.
Bender.
I think Howard? Bender, who Ronis.
Yeah.
And then
if Ronis is in there, if the fantasy alarm crew's in there, then Bender's going to be in there, right?
Yeah, I got to find my roster of guys here. Here we go. Hold on. Draft order. Yeah, so Ronis. I don't know about Howard unless he's a different name, but
Lisa Ann get in there?
I don't see a Lisa. And again, I don't know any of these people. It's just
Lisa Ann, like the adult film star actress.
Oh, I'm familiar with
Fantasy Pro. Yeah,
she familiar.
was in my division last year for the Scott Fish Bowl. I'm familiar with Scott Fish Bowl. So
yeah, I know who. I'm familiar with Lisa's work outside of the fantasy football realm.
I could say I'm a fan. I could say I'm a fan.
Right.
I could say I'm a fan.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but a great weekend of football. Look, I am taking some positives out of the Giants. Again, consider it was the Jets. I understand that, right? The opposition isn't exactly great, but it's nice to, regardless of what you're looking at, Jackson Dart he's pretty accurate, right? Considering the opposition, I understand that completely. We've talked about that almost endlessly, okay? But still, it's efficient football, okay? You got to like what you're seeing. You know what you're going to get out of Russell Wilson, right? I thought that we were going to see a little bit more Jameis Winston because I would think, a four-quarterback room, with DeVito, Winston, Russell Wilson, and then Jackson Dart, one of them's got to go. They're not keeping all of them, right? They just can't. Maybe DeVito gets, down to the taxi squad or practice squad there, but you would like to think that at least they're trying to get Jameis's dollars up for maybe, a return on that investment somewhere down the road, or maybe they can get Jameis as a leverage piece, right? Because the Russell Wilson, it's not like it. I've said it. Even if Russell Wilson's playing well or okay, like after week 4, the experiment is going to start happening with Jackson Dart, right? Even if Russell's okay, they're going to find a way to get Jackson Dart into the lineup, right? Just because of the time. Like, I don't think the leash is long for Dable. I think like he's got this to work with Dart to make sure to I guess convince Mara that he's still the guy, that he knows how to put a prototype QB in his system and make it work for the Giants. It's just he's running out of time. Like, when's he going to pull that trigger, man?
Yeah, so I think we know already what we get out of Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson. And listen, Wilson's a former Super Bowl winner, right? Granted,
yeah,
but
that notches down though, right?
I got you right. Yes, like granted, he had a phenomenal rushing attack and like one of the best defenses of all time. But yeah, and it is funny that he won that Super Bowl at MetLife Stadium, and here he is now playing there. But again, I think we know,
man. Life is full circles, bro.
Yeah, we know our current ceiling with Winston and Wilson, and that's not going to win you a Super Bowl, right? So why not develop this kid while you've got two very proven veteran quarterbacks? And you're right? I think it's pretty realistic. Like, Giants might want to, give Winston or Wilson a shot and see what they got early in the season, maybe take a run at the division. We'll see what we get early on, right? And then if they start out, 1-3, 0-4. I don't know what their schedule is, just looking off the top of my head, thinking off the top of my head. But I would think that one of those guys gets the first opportunity, right? And then if it just completely, and then if it just goes completely off the rails, like Dart immediately, because you're going to need to inject some life into the offense, right? But I'll say this, in that preseason game against the Jets. This is hysterical. So Dart, Winston, Wilson all throw for over 100 yards. DeVito throws for 52, right? So all the quarterbacks that hit the field on Saturday night were very efficient, right? I mean, completion percentage pretty great. Winston, the odd man out in completion percentage there at like 6 for 11.
Yeah.
Right? And
but he was pressing though. Like, I don't know if you watched. Like, he was actually taking shots. Like, he was like. He was going for it. So I mean, like, you know the big cannon that he has. So,
but I think in general,
he wasn't inaccurate. He was just He was going for the deep balls. Like, that's all.
Yeah, and in general, you could see that the offense was moving in the right direction. I mean, like, how many different Giants caught a pass on Saturday night?
Though, dude, it was like the Giants just dominated the Jets all week long in practice too. Jets might not. It might be bad for the Jets. Well, it's always bad for the Jets, but it might be really bad for the Jets this year.
Yeah.
And I was big on Justin Fields too. But I mean, maybe the Giants defense is pretty decent. Like, and you know me, I'm a doomsdayer, right? Like, oh God, here we go. Like, the Giants are going to be in the basement again. Here, how do you get out of the cellar? You know what I mean? Like, that's. And the Giants are still going to be at the bottom of the East. I've said it. Like, I've stood at the mountaintops and screamed it. But now, Walsh. Well, I'm drinking something funny, dude, because I'm starting to be a believer here. Like, something's happening.
It's funny. I always had this notion in my head, right, that it was going to be like a massive struggle for a first year, not necessarily rookie, right, but a quarterback with his first season with the team, right? Like, I saw Jay Cutler back in the day with the Bears, right, struggled, then he finally, like, gets moving. But, and this notion was broken completely. Tom Brady, first season with the Buccaneers, wins the Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford, first season with the Rams, wins the Super Bowl. Like, there are just
okay. So you're taking that not even out of college. You're taking like just a quarterback, free agent
but
quarterback.
There was some sort of like stumbling blocks with these teams right out of the gate. I can't talk, but
I can never talk, man. My tongue's swollen.
Since the COVID year, it feels like year one quarterback is the greatest thing, right? Like, look at or not year one, but like first year with the team, but like Jaden Daniels even last year at Washington, right? Like, it's more
Darnold?
of like,
Darnold might have been like the perfect situation.
Of course, rosters are going to matter too.
Right.
Like when Brady went to Tampa Bay, he had a phenomenal set of receivers to work with. Great. Stafford, great coach, all these things, right? The things fell into the right place. But I'm starting to see now it's like, all right, new quarterback with these teams. It's a brand new ball game. And you got to wonder too, right? Like, all the advancements in technology, the shit on the iPad, all that other stuff.
Yeah.
It's much easier for these guys to catch up and learn, a new system or whatever the case is. So even video games, right?
Series. Right. That's
guys are using Madden, or baseball players are using the show to like prepare for the pitch of that day. So I think we have all the these different things.
We have come to the point in our society to where, or I guess, in life, to where we are now using digitized animations to see what a pitcher's arm slide looks like, to see what's in his bag or what's in his repertoire. Like, oh, this guy's got a knuckle curve, man. I ain't seen this shit since Mike Messina. It's just wild.
Right,
you know what I mean? Like, sitting here playing the show, just not only are you getting that dopamine, but you're also I guess studying for
you're preparing
opponent, right? So it's just wild. Now, of course, you're not going to be just hitting the sticks all damn day to prep for baseball. You're going to be in the cage and shit, but still, you guys know what we're saying here. It's just wild.
That's why if I ever get yelled at for playing video game, I'm preparing, babe. I'm preparing.
That's right. Dude, I used that excuse in the military one time. Like, and I didn't know my guys were in their barracks. Like, they were supposed to be doing fire team rushes, right? And I was out. I was class 4 dental. I had to get my dental work done, right? So you can't stay on your guys all the time. If you're delegating, supervision or whatever, or if you're, trying to supervise, you got to delegate sometimes, right? So I passed it on to the corporal. I was just like, hey, man, make sure, they're doing, their mortar drills and their fire team rushes. Sure enough, my first sergeant gets on my ass. He's like, Staff Sergeant Wagner, why are your gents in the barracks playing Call of Duty? And I said, TDGs, First Sergeant, they're doing TDGs. Staff Sergeant Wagner, what the fuck is TDGs? Tactical decision gaming. You know what? You were so full of shit. You could be the Lincoln Highway, Staff Sergeant Wagner, but I'll buy it right there. I'll entertain it today. But yeah, it was. You just gotta come up with shit on the fly, man. You know what I mean? You just gotta get them out of the barracks, get them doing fire team rushes, though.
Are you kidding me, Wags? That's my entire life on the fly.
It's gotta be, baby. Walsh on the fly, man. That was my wife's nickname, as a matter of fact, when she was in the food industry, because she would forget every order that she that was placed with her. So she'd be like, Katie, on the fly, hey, I need this food on the fly. Let's go, let's get her going. So anyways, man, where you want to go next, man? We had a good slate of football. Anything that you saw that kind of surprised you? Any teams so far out of the preseason that you think is going to make a run at this thing? Any dark horses?
Oh boy. I mean, it's always tough, right, to try to do this, in the preseason and kind of see what we're gonna get. But
sure, especially when you're not getting all the starters too. So
again, like I did not take in as much football as I would have liked to this weekend. But I'll tell you this, I'm pretty excited about the Bengals, right? I want to see what they do tonight. This game actually has a massive total on it tonight. Especially for preseason, 43.5.
The Bengals are probably one of the best offenses in the league, right?
I mean, not only that, their defense is absolute trash. So, I mean, obviously, we've been talking a lot of fantasy football. Just people on my text messages, inner circle, everybody's talking.
Well,
about
I mean, it's the season. 'Tis the season, Walsh. 'Tis the
season, of course. So, a couple of guys were actually doing their draft at the course this weekend, and I started talking to him, right? So the guy had the number 1 pick, and it's Jamar Chase. And the thinking is, are you gonna
with this? I think
absolutely,
absolutely. The PPR, I think I'm all right with Jamar Chase as a
so the thinking now is, are you gonna pair Chase up with Burrow there, and reach for him in the 3rd round? And it's an interesting conversation.
Oh, you're reaching the 3rd. You're not coming back and hitting them on the return. You're not.
Well, if it's going to be a snake, right?
I was going to say, I would, but I would think that somebody would block that. I would think that somebody would be seeing, all right, this guy, we got this guy's pick coming up. He's already got Chase and Burrows out there. Somebody's got to throw the block.
Right.
This guy's going to get the stack.
So yeah, I mean, that being said, I think it would be. So the conversation I was having is, are you going to do that stack? And I think, Chase Brown is probably out of your range, right? If you have the number 1 pick. like Chase Brown is probably going to get scooped beginning or mid second round
on the way back, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my logic in this is, all right, well, what if you make a trade with somebody and you get Burrow, Brown, and Chase as your sort of trio? Because the Bengals defense is so garbage that you're gonna it could potentially work. But I just think it's an all-time all-in push.
I was gonna say, do you worry that that's too many eggs in one basket? Because I've seen a guy win like that before. I've seen a guy that remember when Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald were on the same team with Kurt Warner?
Sure.
This guy had that trio. He had both of those wide receivers, and if it wasn't Larry Fitzgerald one week, it was Anquan Bolden.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then sometimes they would complement each other in the damn week. So I don't know how he did it, but yeah, usually I'm against too many eggs in one basket. But dude, that's when you're talking about one of the best offenses there, especially in terms of fantasy, I would think that would produce for you, right?
Yeah. So there's sort of a similar comparison. So with MLB DFS, right? If you're gonna do your stacks and you're gonna take four hitters from the same team or whatever, you almost fall backwards into success, right? Like if you're gonna stack against the Rockies or something like that, and let's just say it's the Red Sox, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and you got Jarren Duran and Roman Anthony. That's who you intended to have had the success, but it winds up being Bregman and Story, that move in there.
That clean up, sure, yeah.
But I feel that's how it could be with the Bengals because, again, Chase Brown is going to catch passes. And I think that this is going to be a historic year for him catching passes, because just of the situation that they're going to be in constantly.
Well, hell, look what he did quietly last year in the first year, right?
And the other thing is that there is absolutely no competition for touches with him, right? I know that Cincinnati just drafted a guy. His name is escaping me. Name's escaping me right now. But I mean, first preseason game, he had an absolutely dreadful performance. And what are we? I don't think that we can expect much from anybody behind him.
No, I'm with you there, man. Who are you talking? You talking about Hudson here?
Not Hudson.
No,
the backup running back.
Hudson's a damn tight end. My bad there, dude.
Yeah, running back. The preseason all-star. That guy crushes it.
Yeah, no shit. No, I mean, I'm with you though. I think I could stack this trio here, but here's the thing: if you're taking Chase at 1, there's no way in hell that you're gonna get. Well, if you're going to go down and take the corner pick there and then take Brown and then Burrow, I don't think it really matters, but I would like to think that Burrow would be gone. And like you said, there's nobody competing for the touches with Chase Brown, so he's probably gone by the end of the second round anyways, dude. I
don't know. I mean, I guess is there the mock drafts that I've seen, Burrow is definitely available there in the 3rd, but
if it's a one quarterback league, sure, but if it's a 2 quarterback league, he's gone.
Oh, I don't play those 2 quarterback leagues. No.
Right. Those are high points, dude.
There's only one guy under center in real life. Come on, you can't have double snaps. Let's be real here.
No, I'm with you.
All right,
it's fun to do that as arcade season. So
back to the Bengals backfield. Taj Brooks was the guy that I was talking about, and then again, Samaje Perine. Again, that is his role. Right, to strictly be
Perine, Walsh. It's Perine. It's not.
What did I say?
It's Perine. It's Perine. But the one guy, Michael Ellis, or the one actor, whatever he goes, Samaje Perine. When he introduced him on draft day, man, it's Perine, bro. Perine. I think time to time too, though. No, you said it right. I was giving the one guy, Michael Ely. Michael Ely was the dude's name. Yes. Yeah, that backfield's going to be pretty significant. Anybody else? Any crazy people or crazy teams jumping out at you from preseason this year?
I think the Tampa Bay Bucks. I hate to be a homer, but
no, it's okay. It's okay.
I've watched some action from them, and I think
I'm a big Bucky Irvin guy, bro. I'm a big Bucky Irvin guy.
The wide receiver position in general, I think, is pretty interesting. Obviously, Evans is going to do his thing. Probably not going to, see anything out of him in the preseason. I don't think he played, but just very exciting stuff from the Buccaneers wide receiver room. Emeka Egbuka, right? Phenomenal. Love this guy, and again too, right? Godwin.
What the hell did you just call me?
Emeka Egbuka. I don't even. That's a tough. How about E squared? Right. That's what I'm going to call him.
Perfect. Absolutely.
E squared.
Right. Absolutely.
So he had a beautiful touchdown catch. I know that we were going to be talking about Oregon today.
Yeah, we got some Oregon down the pipe. We'll be getting to them in just a little bit here. For sure.
Yeah, so I know they got Tez Johnson. He had a couple catches the other night. He looked good. But again, man, like the Buccaneers, I feel like they've always done a fantastic job of drafting wide receivers. Like, all right, whatever. The Mike Evans.
Or develop, and then they develop the wide receiver too,
yeah.
Right? Like,
I mean, he was number 7 overall, so whatever. But like Godwin, they got mid-second round. That wound up being a home run pick for them. Jalen McMillan had some big catches last year as the number 3 receiver, right? He probably drops back to, or, at least while, Godwin's trying to like get back to full health or whatever. I think, you're going to have a nice quartet there of receivers there with Evans.
Look at you up there in the barbershop quartet, Mr. Soprano.
E squared McMillan, right? But I really like the depth. And again, the Buccaneers and the Steelers, I feel like, and it's funny that they played each other on Saturday, but I feel like the Bucs and the Steelers have just always been fantastic at drafting wide receivers. Now, unfortunately,
I feel
for
like
the Steelers
usually pretty good at drafting anyways, right?
Yeah,
I feel like the Steelers just usually hit. And the Eagles, like the Eagles just draft Georgia.
The Steelers, unfortunately, do not have good quarterback play this year to showcase that wide
due to Mr.
talent.
Ayahuasca himself. So.
But I mean, listen, and I love Rodgers, but he's old as hell, and we saw what he just did the last couple of years. So I don't have much faith in anything with the Steelers passing attack, but I am excited about Caleb
even with
Johnson.
Metcalf coming over there. You don't think Metcalf can help out Rodgers with a little bit?
Metcalf's gonna blow a gasket by like week 3. He's gonna be furious. Like that dude's jacked, man. He'll just rip an entire bench post out and throw it into the middle of the field. That's how he rolls.
He'll rip the entire Third River out of Three Rivers Stadium, and then they're not even in Three Rivers Stadium anymore. They're in Heinz Field. Yeah, dude. Real quick, one more game I wanted to take away and touch on real quick. Of course, we would be remiss if I didn't mention, the golden boy Quinn Ewers here in his little second outing, because the first one was atrocious. The Miami Dolphins played the Detroit Lions and they won 24-17. Quinn Ewers, not a bad day, Walsh. 11 for 17. A lot better than the first week, right? But again, QB rating went up to 124 here. Had some throws, had some nice throws, no interceptions, clean game. And also 2 touchdowns to add on top of that. Not a outrageous performance, but if you're comparing week 1 to week 2, you're able to breathe and give out a nice little sigh, a deep sigh. If you're Quinn Ewers, I would think and be like, all right, now we have something to build off of. Now we have something to work with, right? Again, consider the opposition, consider you're going up against 2s and 3s, but still it's nice to see those arm slides happen. The one time where Quinn was rolling out to his left and, sliding left, and it was all of a sudden able to hit that sidearm. It's just quintessential, no pun intended, quintessential Quinn there. And looked great. It looked good. You saw a lot of the zip in that mid-range type of delivery for Quinn Ewers there. And I think if that's the stuff or the arsenal and the repertoire that Miami rolls out when he has a chance to play, I think it could be optimal for him. But look, man, when you're getting excited about 11 for 17, I think that's kind of the tell of the tape, right?
Listen, just looking at the box score, that looks like a phenomenal performance. Anytime you get 2 touchdowns, I think it probably says more.
That's great. That's a great fantasy day. That's a great fantasy day.
Yeah. I think it says more for the Miami passing room, right? Zach Wilson had a pretty good day, 15 of 23, 151 yards and a touchdown. So 26 for 40, 259, 3 touchdowns from the Miami quarterback room in that game at Detroit. I think that's a positive sign. Now, I think trying to evaluate this on a regular season level, this is probably good news for, like, if you're drafting Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle in your fantasy leagues, because, the last couple seasons, the success of Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle kind of predicated on the health of Tua, right?
So do you think if Tua goes down, do you think Quinn could step in and be a decent piece of that? Because it looks like Tua is the only one that can get this timing offense down so far.
I mean, I would think that I'm just trying to look at the depth chart here. They got Zach Wilson at 2. I imagine he probably gets the first shot after something happens to Tua.
Completely. Like, and Zach Wilson's pretty damn mobile. Zach Wilson's way more mobile than Quinn Ewers.
I like Zach Wilson coming out of the draft, right? Like, I know there's always a negative connotation with the number 2 pick, right? They're the ones that always kind of seem to falter, but I think that given the right opportunity, right? So, and again, I think Justin Fields probably a good fit for the Jets because he's mobile and they can run a little more. But I think we just seen passing be a struggle for both New York teams, right? But once we get into November, December, and those winds start swirling around the Meadowlands, it's very tough to throw the ball, right? And it's funny that Eli Manning had all this postseason success, but he did it mostly on the road, right? Like, a lot of those games weren't even at MetLife Stadium.
Like, hold on. You're selling Eli short, dude. Eli's accuracy wasn't exactly the greatest. We know that, but he had zip on that ball.
I'm sure that
he had to be able to throw it into the wind at MetLife and still keep somewhat of a spiral on that damn thing. Or it wasn't even MetLife. He was at the Meadowlands for the good majority of his career, but yeah, most of Eli's success was in Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah, that's true. The 2 Super Bowl runs that they had, weren't they? They were the 6 seed both times, right?
No, they were the 1 seed, I believe, the first time. Or no, the second time, I believe.
No, I think
no. You're right. You're absolutely right. They did not win a division. The year they won the division, they lost in the playoffs.
Yeah. I know for a fact the year that they won, they were the 6th because they played Tampa the first round on the road, smoked them.
And Green Bay. They went on the road to Green Bay too.
Well, Tampa, Dallas, Green Bay, New England. That was their run the first time.
That's a hell of a run, dude.
And none of that was at MetLife. The second time that they did it, I forget. I know
they had to go to San Francisco. They went out to San Francisco too. So I know they were on the road and went to Kansas.
Oh yeah, that's right. There. Okay.
Manningham. Right. Remember the Manningham catch? Right? Down the sideline. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. Probably one of the best throws I've ever seen anybody ever do it.
That was sick.
It came from Mr. 500. It came from 500 himself.
He caught it with the ball coming this way.
Dude, look, I'm not going to be an apologist. He's been bailed out by some great catches. What's up, George? What's up,
George?
Georgie, who you looking at outside? Huh? You got the paper guy out there?
Keeping an eye on the whole thing.
He wants in. I love it. Hey, we do have the Oregon Ducks to talk about today. We'll get to that in just a second. But before we do that, we got to hear a word from our sponsors here. Look, if you guys are getting that itch to buy a new vehicle, why don't you check out our friends out at Covert Bee Cave? Here's a word from them.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, they are right outside our Fairburg. It is the Covert Bee Cave. I call it the palace, right? The kingdom of chariots. If you want to go out there and see everything that you can go, if you got an itch right now, going out there, give them a call and see if you can get on out there and just take a nice little tour. Hell, you probably don't even need to call them. Just going out there and see what you can do. But going out there, it's Covert Bee Caves, and also there's a new lawyer in town. It's Heck Law Firm. You guys know the drill. When the storm hits, you got to give Ryan Hurricane Heck the call, right? Ryan Hurricane Heck is your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin, a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire, pride, and passion into the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident, if you're hurt on the job, or you got a dog bite by George, actually, he wouldn't bite you. He'd just lick you to death. You got to give Ryan Hurricane Heck the call. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees in your pocket unless Hurricane Heck, or no fees out of your pocket unless Hurricane Heck puts the fees in your pocket. So aggressive in the court, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based and Texas proud. We said that, supporting local businesses, local sports, and local families. Friend of the show, went to school with BK, and he's a fighter of the people, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Heck blow the case wide open. Just give him a call today, 512-938-8929. Again, that lottery number is 512-938-8929. And you can reach him at ryan@hecklawfirm.com. Again, that's ryan@hecklawfirm.com. And Walsh, one more before we get to Oregon here. We got to hear from our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. We would be remiss. They're the obligatory go-to, not just for football season and hockey season, but for all your go-to watching shows with the misses there too. Without further ado, let's hear from our friends at AV Consultations. It's summer, by the way.
Hey, y'all. I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Yes, they are. The obligatory go-to, the best in the business. It's avconsultations.com. The lottery number is 512-255-8678. All right, Walsh, you guys heard, you just heard it, man. And I don't know if you're in on the news, but Casa de Wagner is adding a swimming pool.
Whoa!
Did you know that?
Nice.
Did you know
Very
that?
Nice.
So whenever I hear this luau and some smooth jazz with that Sonos surround sound system, it's going to be up around Casa de Wagner's pool too. So
nice. So
you're coming down to visit, are you not?
I am. I was just gonna say, whenever we plan that trip, should I
plan it for October? Okay, because
October?
We had the initial party was slated for week 0. Which is next week, right? Kickoff, week 0. But unfortunately, we had to push plans back. There was some hiccups with the pool company and with some of the contractors, so we had to get the right ones. So, anyways,
I literally
when you're talking about a big decision like this, you got to have the perfect decision, right?
Yeah, I put up a pool in my girlfriend's backyard. It was a lot of manual labor, but once it's up, man, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Well, we're actually digging, right?
Yeah,
we're actually digging and doing this, so it's I don't know, it's gonna be wild. We're making, we're not going anywhere. We talked about returning back to the East Coast, but we're staying in Texas. Yeah, staying here. We love it here. So we're gonna make this our dream home. And invest.
Yeah,
I don't want to go anywhere else, man. I'm good. I'm set.
I can't wait to make it down. I initially thought there was one weekend, September. I know you guys have 3 home games in a row in September, and we were trying to shoot for the 3rd, but I think the missus has a work trip, so we gotta come up with another date, and then yeah, I'm excited to go down, man.
Yeah, but I mean, right after.
The only time I've touched foot in the state of Texas was the Dallas airport, and it was a connector onto Seattle. So that's the only time that I've been in Texas.
Well, and especially if you're a fan of barbecue right now,
I am.
Like East Coast has got the Carolina barbecue. It's got like the vinegar-based barbecue, but wait till you get the smoked house barbecue down here. Like,
bro, I'm expecting a Hall of Fame barbecue.
Potatoes, the bacon cheddar potatoes down here. Like it's just different. It's like you're going from surf and turf to just like the turf of turf. You know what I mean?
Well, I only do turf. I don't eat any seafood. So
well, then you're gonna be okay.
No surf for me.
You'll be all right. But yeah, the Longhorns do have, they got cupcake home games in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
I was looking at the
that would be great.
I was looking at the tickets, and like 2 rows below Jesus was like $95 a ticket. So, yeah,
you have to be very privileged to go to these games, which is why I stay at home. And plus, like when you have a den like that's done up by audiovisual consultations, it's kind of hard to know.
What does that mean? That you have to be privileged? Is it like
you have to have a lot of money? You have to have a lot of money to go to a game there, right? And I'm screwed to have that money. Yeah, exactly. We're done. But hey, the number 7 on your coaches poll, number 7, Oregon Ducks. Dan Lanning and company trying to come hard, trying to recuperate off of a 13-1 season last year, but they are. Well, they're out. They're without a lot. They lost 4 of their offensive linemen. They lost 3 of their defensive linemen. They hit some people in the transfer portal there, but again, how do you replace second team all conference and a first team all conference on your offense and defensive line, and then also you lose 3 of your 4 wide receivers? Now you're bringing some people in with the transfer portal. We've already mentioned that, but still, Walsh, you lose Dylan Gabriel as well. You got to rely on a sophomore quarterback. I mean, thank God they have a very favorable season or a very favorable schedule, because if they didn't, they could be in the dog's den of the Big Ten here. But I mean, if they survive, I don't think they'll survive Penn State. But if they are able to survive a wily Iowa and a wily USC, they should be able to come out and at least maybe venture into, I would say, a big. Maybe push for a Big Ten championship. Oh, it looks like we lost Walsh a little bit there. I'm not sure what happened. But anyways, as I'm talking about the Oregon Ducks here, they start out with Montana State. I think that's an easy win, right? And again, they have a very easy cushion for their schedule here. Oklahoma State at home. I don't think too highly of the Cowpokes here. And then at Northwestern. Again, like how much are the Wildcats giving you there? I think that's a win right there. They're on the road, or excuse me, they host Oregon State. They get the Beavers there at a very favorable time, like right at the end of the first quarter of their season there. So they're still undefeated at this point. Then they go into Penn State, Walsh. Into Penn State, right after Oregon State. This is their first loss that they'll suffer right out of September. Then they go into October. They get a little bit of a bye. They get to recuperate, right? This is my question. Okay. Best case scenario, they come out of this and they beat Indiana. All right. Then they got to survive on the road against Rutgers the next week. Again, a win against Wisconsin. They get a nice little bye to get some reprieve there. And then they got to go on the road at Iowa. All right. This could be tough. Like the Hawkeyes always give you a decent game. They got to host the Gophers. I think they beat the Gophers there. They have to host USC. USC could be a little bit daunting, but I think they get past the Trojans here. And then they go out and they take care of Washington. I think best case scenario, the Oregon Ducks could go 11-1 and compete for a Big Ten championship, against Penn State. I like Ohio State too. I don't think Ohio State's going to be, shoved away from contention of the Big Ten. But I think the favorable schedule here, they don't have, if they played Ohio, if the Ducks played Ohio State this year, they would lose in the regular season. I got a question mark against Indiana, but optimal their best case scenario, I think it's a one-loss team. Worst case scenario, I think they could, or not worst case scenario. Yeah, worst case scenario, I would say they lose to Indiana. Their floor is so high that I think they could lose to Indiana and maybe struggle and lose to USC. Maybe a 3-loss season, making it 9-3. And that being said, after they lost almost everybody, they only returned 8 on offense and 6 on defense, and they were gutted in the trenches, Walsh. But that being said, I think their schedule's that favorable to where they have a chance to actually make a run at optimal, a one-loss team. And then, pessimistically, I would say, a 2-loss team at the worst.
Yeah. So without a doubt, the schedule is remarkably favorable for them. I think betting on Oregon plus 360 to win the Big Ten, pretty fair bet, right? Because, all right, let's look at the schedule again, right? Let's take some deeper dives into it. But yeah, the Penn State game is going to be incredibly hard. Probably the hardest environment in college football to walk into. And I don't think that's going to be great for them. I know, granted, it helps out that it's a night game for them. I think if it's a 12 o'clock game, right, that time difference kind of hurts them a little bit. But we do see, right, so their first road game, right, they should win their first 2 at home.
Their schedule's easier than Penn State's, or excuse me, it's harder than Penn State's. It's harder than Penn State's got the easiest schedule in my opinion out of the Big Ten. So, which of course it feels like they're always going to give Penn State the easier. It feels so in modern years. In modern years, it feels like Penn State's been getting some favors. I'm just going to say it. I'm going with what I'm feeling today. I'm Monday morning quarterback in this thing, Walsh, and I'm feeling a little wily. And Franklin gets some fun. He gets some play there. All right, Franklin's favorites. All right, that's what I'm going to start calling the committee from here on out. It's Franklin's favorites, right there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think both. I would probably say that Penn State has a tougher one just because they have to play at Ohio State. But I mean, it's not by much.
That's tough. That's tough. But that's their only game, dude. That's their only game.
It's not by much, right? Both. It's very realistic that this is the Big Ten championship right here, Oregon, Penn State. So just another couple possible trip ups, right? They do Oregon week 3. Well, not necessarily week 3, but September 13th, noon game at Northwestern, right? The time difference.
Wildcats? You think the Wildcats can mess with them?
I mean, give them a little bit. I don't think they're going to lose by any stretch of the imagination, but it can be probably a tighter game than we're expecting. The rivalry game with Oregon State, before you go to Penn State. I mean, that's probably going to be their only loss. I mean, USC late in the season, right? The second to last game at Washington. That is a difficult environment.
Yeah, but Washington's down this year, I think, though. I don't.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I just got to think, right? Last game of the season, going to be a senior day for Washington as well. So, again, it could be a potential trip up. But you're right. Oregon losing so many people. I find it hard.
A trap game?
No, it won't be. No.
Trap game? Okay.
No. I don't even care if it's a 12 o'clock game. I don't even care. They're just going to waltz them. Yeah, so I think best case scenario, the one loss, it's possible they lose, one other game. But, I mean, Iowa's a tough road environment, too. It's possible that they get bored to death by Iowa and they lose the game. They got a Friday night game there against Minnesota. I don't see too much trouble for them. I think, coaching ultimately lands them with 1 or 2 losses and a spot in the Big Ten title game. I think that's probably where it's going to wind up.
Worst case scenario, though, you think?
Oh my God,
you seeing like a 3-loss season 2, maybe for
I think worst case scenario, right? Could Oklahoma State give them a little bit of trouble? Could they give them a little bit of trouble?
There's
Sure.
No way. The Cowpokes are in a lot of. The Cowpokes are. It's dark days for. It's bad days for the Pokes.
But
I
he's
don't know.
a man.
I don't know.
He's
I was really big on the Cowpokes last year, and they just shit the bed. And they had a lot of talent returning too. So
yeah, I don't think Indiana's going to give them any trouble, having to go out to Oregon.
Indiana's offense could be a little bit daunting, right? But again, I have the question mark on that, right? But I have Oregon as that right here as a definitive win for the optimist schedule here. Again, pretty high floor, very favorable schedule, I would say. Even though it's difficulty is ranked number 19, so we'll see. All right, amigo. Any last stave rounds before we get out of here, man? I appreciate you coming on. I know you got to get to work and do your other gig, but hey, man, what do we have to expect for fantasy? Any news, notes, and nuggets?
I mean, trying to put a blanket on it. I mean, we can keep it in Texas, like the Cowboys running back situation. Whoever winds up with that job could wind up being a league winner. Whether we get a healthy. And again, I didn't see anything from the weekend, so I'm not sure health wise what's going on with the guys, but. I think I do like the fact that you're going to have Dak with CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens. I think that's a
pretty decent combo, right? That's a nice little trio.
Yeah.
Okay, and then also you got their tight end Fergie. You got Ferguson as their tight end as well for a nice little safety release valve. I think Dallas can move the sticks, move the chains rather through the air. But yeah, that big question mark, Walsh, is like what you were alluding to. It's what's coming out of that backfield. Like they procrastinated so much to get some talent back there, and now they're struggling to find it, dude. We'll see.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, your boy Blue there from Texas, he's very popular in these late rounds here. So again, I think if anything happened, it's just going to take time for Blue, right?
I need to put you in touch with Nick Harris. I need to put you in touch with our Cowboys insider, Nick Harris, so you can get a little bit of the down low and dirty so you can scoop up your Dallas Cowboy running back there.
What's his name?
Nick Harris.
Nick Harris?
Yeah, he covers he should be, I think matter of fact, he might be coming on Monday. I think Will might be the Monday guy. I still can't remember. But anyways, anything from baseball? I know that the Orioles had a nice little weekend in baseball. They're taking some tunes to the Astros there, 2 games out of 3.
They sure did. I had a little Dean Kramer yesterday, and
had a little Dean Kramer. What's wrong with you? You took the lowest pitcher on the slate so you could get all your bats into that lineup, didn't you?
Kramer had a phenomenal day yesterday. He wound up with 31 on DraftKings. He had a phenomenal day yesterday.
You got lucky. Absolutely got lucky taking Dean Kramer as your starting pitcher on DK.
He's very boom or bust, and he absolutely boomed against an Astros lineup that it's not, they're just not what they used to be. Without Yordan Alvarez, granted, Jeremy Pena's back. They got Jesus Sanchez there at the trade deadline, which I thought was an absolute steal. Now they did, I know that they gave up a pretty big prospect on return, but Sanchez with that short porch out there in right field for the Astros, I think eventually it's going to be good news. But, tough days for the Astros offense right now.
Yeah, but it was a good weekend for the Orioles offense.
Hell yeah. And you got what was the guy on Friday? Was it Cole Young?
Oh, yeah. That
Brandon
catch?
Young.
Brandon Young at the pitcher. Yeah, but I thought you were talking about.
Yeah. He had an unbelievable. He had an unbelievable game.
Come around too. Trevor's starting to throw well too. Like the young arm talent that we were having question marks is. I don't know. I had a lot of shit that I was throwing at Mike Elias, but you know what I mean. He might be. I might be eating that shit when he's throwing it back at me. So that's all I gotta say. Anyway,
your boy Beavers too finally made his debut.
Starting to get there, yeah, man. So the talent's starting to emerge and starting to come up to surface here. It's just I hope everything can the nucleus can stay together and we don't sell out and let the poachers come and scoop us up. But anyways, it's all over for the Orioles here. How do you feel about your Phillies? You think the Phillies got a shot at this thing, huh?
We had a pretty big scare there the other night with Duran taking he took the line drive right off the foot, but wound up. It was really funny. So they had
negative though, right? The X-rays were negative.
Yeah, he was fine. He was actually available the next day, but you give up pretty decent haul, to bring him to Philly. And he takes the line drive off the foot. So what I see on Twitter is like, oh my God, he's carted off the field, blah, blah, blah. It just wound up being that they had like a medical sort of cart, or I don't know, like a smaller thing. And it was being used on the other side of the stadium. So they couldn't even get it over to him. So they had to take the bullpen cart to get him off the field. And it was like this whole
something out of Major League. It was something out of the Major League. I gotta take the
for Saturday's game, they started out the broadcast and they were like, he's okay, everybody don't worry. But it was pretty funny. But again, they gotta, there's a lot of things. I feel like, they played the Nationals over the weekend. They got the sticks working again, but against these better teams like the Mets and Braves, not necessarily the Braves, but just better teams out there. We gotta get the sticks working on a consistent basis. But you know what? Listen, hell, the Cubs, who've been the best offense in baseball, they're going through absolute hell right now.
Brewers, dude, what's going on with the Brewers? Who injected the boomstick into their lineup? My God,
I saw a stat the other day, and of course, it was from my birthday, July 5th. But from July 5th, the records of the Cubs and the Brewers could not be any more different, and the Brewers are just absolutely taking off right now. They are if you're looking for a team to bet to win the World Series, you've got two top-tier starters at the top in Peralta and Woodruff, and then this lineup right now, they absolutely took Paul Skeens behind the woodshed twice this season already. So they are absolutely ready to face this postseason pitching, whether it's lefty, righty. This team gets it done. You've got your role players like Bryce Terang, Sal Frelick, guys that just put up absolute hammer numbers on a daily basis. And I see this in DFS all the time. Contreras, the catcher, he's having an absolutely phenomenal season too. Andrew Vaughn, right? Massive pickup for this team, and he's absolutely putting up superstar numbers
too, dude. It's
crazy. I had him in DFS yesterday. Of course, he puts two balls right back to the wall, but whatever. Not neither here nor there. Just an absolute solid. And we didn't even mention Christian Yelich, who's their superstar player. And they're just. I honestly, I really think they're going to win the National League, if not the whole damn thing. They are such a good team. You just hope that they're not peaking at the right time if you're a Brewers fan. As a Phillies fan, I hope they are peaking at the right time. But they look good 1-9 through the lineup with two really good starters. And again, like any other team in the league, it's the bullpen. How's the bullpen gonna wrap up these games? And I know if it's not Peralta or Woodward, right, is that bullpen going to be able to go extended innings and do well? Granted, they're beating up on some of these teams like the Pirates and the Reds right now in the NL Central. But, I mean, again, right, they have absolutely shelled Paul Skeens twice this season. And, I mean, I think that's a pretty damn good indicator of what to expect come October.
I love it, Walsh. Hey, man, nothing but the best from Al Walsh. If you need to follow him, give him a go-to follow on Twitter or Brand X at 14a.walsh. We're going to bring on the guys from what's your show called again, guys?
What the hell is our program called?
The Playbook, the Lone Star Playbook.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Award-winning, if you will.
Award-winning. So I wanted to introduce you guys real quick. Walsh, this is Nick Harris, Cowboys Insider. Cowboys Insider, Nick Harris. This is Al Walsh, Wagner's Insider and Cousins Insider for bets and gambling. Used to work for FanDuel and DraftKings as well. But anyways, just wanted to get in Caesar's Palace.
DraftKings won't give me the time of day.
Right. But anyways, he's got little question about the Cowboys backfield, Mr. Harris.
So do I.
Can you give
So
us
do
a little bit? Okay, right. All right. Well, I was going to say, can you provide us a little bit of insight? And Jordan, it's good to see your lovely face too, amigo.
Appreciate it.
It is so just the backfield in general.
Yeah, what's going on with the backfield there?
Yeah, so I think Javonte Williams is going to be your starter. That's kind of the indication that's been given as far as him not playing through these first 2 preseason games. He's gotten the majority of the reps with the first team during training camp. So I think that's probably your safe bet right now. But as far as who is that other back that is going to be featured in the offense, that is up for grabs right now. So Jaden Blue, he's missed 2 games, the 2 preseason games with a heel and an ankle, but he was probably the best during training camp before he got hurt. Miles Sanders, he was hurt for most of training camp, was battling a knee issue, just came back in this last preseason game, didn't get a lot of reps. And then you also have Phil Maffa, who's looked good at times. He's really started to stack some days. But between those 3 guys, there's probably only 2 that make the roster. So they're going to have to figure out, what exactly is going to happen. I've been saying it for a couple days. They're going to have to run the ball 40 times on Friday in the final preseason game to figure out who the hell is.
To what the hell, man?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I will say pretty confidently, though, that I think Deuce Vaughn is on the way out. They will try to retain him on the practice squad. That might be a little tough, but I don't see how Deuce Vaughn makes the roster right now. But that's about the only thing I know about the backfield right now.
Good take, Nick. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, no. So I was thinking from a fantasy perspective, right? So it winds up like the 8th, 9th round where Javonte Williams kind of comes up. But just the way that I feel like it's a smart move to grab him, but it's an even smarter move to grab Blue, or whether that be Sanders, right? Like I don't think,
right?
Yeah, there's it. I guess from a DFS perspective, right? It's like, all right, who's up next for the Cowboys? But from a season-long perspective, I feel like Javonte is worth the late round pick, but just make sure that you have the back or the handcuff alongside.
Yeah, and I think of Jaden Blue as like rookie year Tony Pollard, if that makes sense. Like he'll get his opportunities and probably in the receiving game a little bit more. But I also think Javonte will be a safe bet in those middle rounds just because he's going to get quite a bit of receiving love as well. Schottenheimer has mentioned multiple times that he wants to get these backs involved in the receiving game. So if you're doing PPR, I think these guys will hit enough for you to pick up some points. But as far as touchdown production, things like that, that's where it starts to get a little dicey. I'm not 100% sure, how that shakes out.
Hey, Walsh, when you win the Sirius Sirius Satellite Fantasy Football Radio league, you got to give Nick credit a little bit of hair, or Nick just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I will say
a little bit of credit. Okay,
I will say this is worth a late round flyer. Like you're in the final round, and this guy just happens to be on the board. I'm not saying he might explode fantasy wise, but I think he's worth a late round flyer. Kevontae Turpin, I think he's worth it.
Okay,
I think they're going to get him involved offensively enough to where he might be able to produce on a level where you can flex in some weeks. But
special teams.
So he would be more like wide out 3, like slot guy, or
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and especially now with Jonathan Mingo, he's probably expected to miss about 4 to 5 weeks to start the season with a PCL injury. So that's only going to increase the opportunities for Turpin early on.
And dude's one of the fastest guys in the league too. So I mean,
of all of the receivers they have on that team, Turpin had the most receptions at training camp. They are trying to get him involved. So they're going to figure it out. His price tag this year is too high for him just to be a all-world special teams guy. Like they're going to have to figure out how to get him involved offensively for sure.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, because I feel like that Cowboys offense is going to be phenomenal. The addition of Pickens, it just does wonders. So, you're going to want some running back action from that highlight show, But I think you're right there with the touchdowns, but that's all right. If this is a guy 8th, 9th round, right? Like, let's just get some catches and some yards, and we'll call it a day.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah. All right, Jess, we're going to get out of your hair. Walsh, thanks for the conversation, man. Excellent stuff. The obligatory go-to for the Wagner Wire, it is the Walsh's Wisdom there. You can find him on Twitter at 14a.walsh. Thanks again for another episode of Chaos Theory, Walsh. We appreciate you, brother.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Good to meet you.
All right, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Be good.
Appreciate it.
Well, welcome to the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris.
How we doing? How we doing this morning? We alive?
Yeah, we're alive. Thankfully, I'm here today and not at the vet dealing with a puppy like I was on Friday, which is why I was why I missed Friday's show. Before we get into it, just want to double check. You said you think Javonte Williams is the best receiving back on the Cowboys roster?
I think yes, but I think Blue could, eventually get some love in the receiving game.
Hey, Javonte Williams didn't play with Fast Houston. I'll tell you that much.
He had 52 receptions last year, and it was 7th among NFL running backs. So, I mean, he just has receiving knacks. Like, it's natural to him. Whereas, like, it is natural to Blue as well, but, I mean, he's a rookie, and he's coming off this injury. So I don't really know exactly what to expect.
Yeah, that makes me last year Wisner and Blue each had over either 40 or 50 receptions, which was the only duo in college football at the running back position to have over 40 or 50. And, I think a big part of that is Quinn Ewers. They didn't want to have him throw the ball, 10-plus yards down the field. You can dump it off to the running backs, and if you have the O-line personnel to get out there and block like they did with Kelvin Banks and, other mobile offensive linemen, then it'll work, and it did for the most part. But wanted to start off the show like we did last Monday. Your 5 takeaways from the Cowboys preseason game on Saturday. I watched some of it, but I'm blanking on it. Who did they play?
They played the Ravens.
That's right.
Played the Ravens.
That's right.
Can I start with this preseason has done it for me. I hate the damn preseason. I hate preseason. I'm done. I'd never want to cover a preseason game ever again.
Okay, are you saying that if like the Cowboys QB isn't Joe Milton?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
And especially when it comes to like Cowboys preseason specifically, because even like I would say about 25 teams at least throw their starters out for a drive or two. That doesn't happen here. And it's bad football. It's bad football. And there's nothing creative going on because teams are not trying to show what they're doing. This weekend has changed my opinion about an 18-week season because of an 18-game season. Because of an 18-game season means we take away a preseason game. Thank God. That's one less exhibition that I have to sit through. And maybe I'm being dramatic here. I'm definitely being dramatic here. There was a point in the third quarter on Saturday night where I was standing in the press box and I was like, I used to work at Subway. You know this, Jordan. I used to work at Subway in college to kind of, fund and get my life together. There was a point where I was like, I think I'd rather be making a footlong right now. Like that's how bad preseason football is. It's like watching paint dry. I hate it. But only one more to go, and we'll get through it.
How does preseason work with the game checks? Like obviously, like CeeDee Lamb isn't playing, but does he get paid like during these preseason game weeks? And for the guys like a Deuce Vaughn who's probably getting cut, or someone obvious who's getting cut that's an undrafted free agent, are they getting game checks? Do you know how that works?
That's a fantastic question. I know they do not get standard game checks because the question right now is if Michael Parsons is going to hold out from a game check, which he hasn't technically done so far, if that makes sense. It was the same thing with CeeDee Lamb last year. It was like, okay, he hasn't held out from a game check yet, but that's a good question. I'll get back to you on that.
Awesome. Well, what are those 5 takeaways? I know one of them has to be about Mr. Milton.
Yeah, they might need a backup plan. And this was a thing I proposed in the press box the other night, and I tweeted it out and got some interesting responses. If you were the Cowboys, would you trade a 6th-round pick to go get Jameis Winston from the Giants right now? The Giants have Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart, and Tommy DeVito. Like, they're fine.
Oh, yeah, I'd do it just for the vibes.
Just for the vibes? For me, absolutely. Media dream, first off, when he's not assaulting women. But it's something you think about because veteran experience, he can throw the piss out of the ball, and he can drive you the bus. He can drive you a party bus at that. And so,
and if you look at it from Jerry's perspective, like, is there a more popular or a backup QB in the NFL that more people want to hear from than Jameis? I don't think so.
The only thing that would kind of keep you from doing that is the fact that you just keep trading picks, though. You've already traded a 3rd for Pickens for next year, and a 5th. You already traded back 45 spots in the draft last year to get Joe Milton. You traded a 4th a couple of years ago to get Trey Lance. You traded a 4th last year to get Jonathan Mingo. I mean, at this point, you're just trading picks for – it would be basically trading a 6th-round pick for a 1-year rental of Jameis Winston. So you would have to ask yourself, is this team good enough to where if Dak goes down, it completely like takes them out of a Super Bowl type of conversation? I don't think it's that dire. I think if everyone's healthy, this is a 9-win team, 10-win team maybe. If Dak goes down, I mean, it's a 5-win team. I mean, it's the defensive depth is bad, especially at corner, especially at defensive tackle. They're going to go through some struggles, I think, early on with those two position groups. But I think at the very least they do need a backup plan to Joe Milton, because let's say Dak goes down for 4 games, right? And you need Joe Milton to come in. He comes in those first 2 games and he looks like how he's looked these last 2 weeks. You can't roll him out there for game 3 and game 4 if they're trying to fight for a playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, I know you don't want to keep giving away those picks, but I would definitely prefer Jameis over Milton, because you're only as good as your backup quarterback, and with what Joe Milton has shown, regardless of who those 4 games would be, if hypothetically Dak was to go down for 4 games, your chances of winning are low. That's just what it is with how he's played. There's a higher floor there with Jameis. There's a higher floor there with, name any other quarterback almost, but you just don't know which version of Joe Milton is going to show up, and that's scary as a fan, as a player on that team, as management for that team. So it'll be fascinating. Real quick, let's riff. I had totally forgotten about the Trayvon Diggs D's Nuts thing until Mike Leslie posted the video of him autographing someone's D's Nuts jersey that I also saw was stolen out of their suite.
Wait, what?
Yeah, apparently so Mike Leslie posted the video, right?
I saw that.
Trayvon Diggs. Someone commented under that tweet and was like, "Hey, that's my husband. That jersey was actually stolen out of our suite not too long after this." So he must have taken it off and someone stole it. And they said like the Cowboys, they're in contact with them and they're reviewing surveillance. Like, what do you think
that is
a D's Nuts number 7 jersey goes for on eBay?
We got D's Nuts on the black market. D's Nuts jersey. That's crazy.
Yeah,
but I didn't know about that. That's wild.
What I was saying though, does Trayvon Diggs come out of that locker room and D's Nuts Mike Leslie if Jameis Winston's there holding it down? Because like he does, he is a goofball. There's no doubt about it. But he would help keep some of their heads on straight, I feel like, to some degree, as crazy as that sounds. Or do you just think they wouldn't respect him?
I don't agree. I think if it's a 1-year rental type of situation, I don't think he comes in a timely enough manner to make an impact like that. He's a quarterback type of leader. I'll give you that. But I don't think it prevents a situation like that from happening.
Yeah. Where are you at, by the way?
I'm at the Star. We got availability here in a couple hours.
There's like beeps going off in the background or something.
It's not me.
I keep hearing. I know. Maybe I'm tripping and my ears are ringing. But what are those other takeaways besides the Milton one?
I really like this linebacker group, and I think it offers a lot of optimism. I tweeted about it during the game. You look at this linebacker group, is it the best in the NFL? No. But I think they have depth, and I think they have some really intriguing young talent. We can start with the free agent addition of Jack Sanborn. He played in this second preseason game. He's going to start for this team too. Looked really good in the run game, and that's what they need. They need a guy that can fit run holes accordingly. There's a comment about the ringing. Interesting.
Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah, I don't know where it went away for a little bit. Well, let's hope it doesn't come back.
I'll tell you what, when I finish this point, I'll try to hop out and hop back in. Maybe that'll help it. See if it's me. Free agent addition, Jack Sanborn. I really like what he did in the first quarter the other night, and he's looked good at camp. Damone Clark, who had a rough year last year, he looked really good on Saturday night as well. He's had some good days at camp. Shamar James, their 5th-round pick, he's been awesome in pass defense. Maris Leofau has been one of their training camp defensive standouts. And that's before you even talk about Kenneth Murray entering the situation when the regular season starts. And then DeMarvion Overshown coming back in the middle of the year. So I really like this linebacker group. Another takeaway, the one game will decide the last running back. We talked about that on the crosstalk with the guys. It's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. James Houston, who was added as just kind of an extra pass rush body at the beginning of camp, he is shining. I don't know how he makes it on the 53-man roster, but you got to figure it out. I mean, this guy has been a pass rush demon over the course of these last couple of preseason games. It's going to be tough to find a spot for him, but I think you need to. And then lastly, you have a head-to-head battle shaping up for this slot corner job. It's going to come down to Keemon Hall and rookie undrafted guy Zion Childers out of New Caney High School. So a couple of guys there that I think could have a really good shot at starting in week 1 against Philadelphia. I'm going to go on mute here. Let me know if that ringing stops.
Okay. Yeah, I just put myself on mute. I don't know. There's like a maintenance truck, I think, a street over that might be the culprit. We'll see. All right. Besides Jameis, any other QBs you saw in preseason that if you were Cowboys management, you take a fly on? Because, hey, the other night, laying down in bed, and I'm like, whoa, why is there a preseason game on at 11 o'clock? It's the Broncos versus Cardinals, and it's live. And I'm watching Sam Ehlinger throw piss missiles. I'm like, whoo. Hey, can never do it versus like Travis, but, love to see it from the former Longhorn.
Right.
I also saw Tyler Bagent. I think his first name's Tyler. Absolutely balling the other night. Tyson. I was close. I got the tie part right. So I mean, those two potentially.
Tyson Bagent will most likely be Caleb Williams' backup, but their third string is Case Keenum. And he's 37 years old, and he can drive a bus, no problem. So that's an option.
What the floor is.
Say that again.
You know what the floor is with him.
Somebody proposed the Sam Ehlinger idea to me a couple days ago on Twitter. Is he any better than what you have?
He's better than Milton. He's more consistent. You know what you're getting.
I don't think he's better than Will Grier.
Okay, well, even Will Grier is probably a better option than Milton.
And that is an interesting question too. Does Will Grier get more snaps in this final preseason game to potentially win this QB2 battle? Because all of a sudden it is a QB2 battle. And Brian Schottenheimer is not officially named a backup, and he was asked about it on Saturday. Yeah, I know it hurts, Chris. It hurt me too, because I was at that Will Grier game in 2018, I think it was. But if Will Grier gets more snaps in Friday's game against Atlanta, I think that's probably an indication of that a battle is happening out.
Yeah. Some other preseason games I saw, man. No, it's a preseason. The Bears offense. Did you see that last night?
Yeah.
Holy crap. Like, Colston Loveland looking like a fantasy player for yours truly this year. We'll see.
They have a lot of targets that are going to be spread around.
Yeah. They hey, you don't draft a tight end 10 overall or whatever he was, and
that's fair.
Him not get targets. I'm not saying he'll have a Brock Bowers rookie year, that type of season, but I mean, he has to finish, feel like top 5, top 10 in tight ends fantasy points. I mean, we'll see. Also on the Bills, didn't realize how many of their draft picks were spent on defensive players. Obviously, Maxwell Hairston, Landon Jackson out of Arkansas, older brother Lance Jackson, Deion Walker, Kentucky D lineman, and man, speaking of Deion Walker, it's like, how are you this big and you're standing straight up and getting pushed off the line?
His medicals are so bad. He's got some really bad back issues that I think are preventing him from getting low. And it sucks, man, because this time last year I was so excited about Deion Walker, and it's been a rough 12 months for him.
Yeah, I mean, like he literally was standing straight up and getting pushed off the line every single play. We'll say Landon Jackson looked pretty good. Former viral sensation for the bag drill at the Rivals camp, But I don't know. I'm excited to see this final week of the preseason. Also, what do you think the chances are the Niners try to go get one of those running backs that might get cut from the Cowboys? Because right now, Christian McCaffrey, who's incredibly injury prone, is the only healthy running back on the roster. Have you seen that?
I have not seen that. That's tough. Tough. Yeah. Can I interest you in Miles Sanders for Alfred Collins?
Alfred Collins has been kind of a disappointment as well. Too many 49ers fans don't understand he never had pass rush value. Like, he can't get to the passer. That was never going to be his job. But, like, once they picked him as a 49ers fan, I was like, yay,
Alfred Collins' worst day is better than any Cowboys defensive tackle's best day. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, Mozzie Smith would probably make him look like a first rounder. All right, gonna go through some of these questions and comments we got here before moving on. And everyone tuning in, appreciate you. Thanks. Shout out Antoine, all the way from Okinawa, Japan.
Hell yeah.
Who has a question?
What are you eating out there, Antoine? I'm curious.
McDonald's. No, I don't know. Antoine asks, is Ty Johnson transferring to Cali similar to the Will Sanfrini situation? For those who don't know, Ty Johnson, former Lampasas receiver, top 247 receiver for us, kid I actually found. Shout out to myself. Just saying, no one knew about him. He went for like 900 yards as a freshman. Started tweeting about him. He only
Shout out to me. I really did that shit.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, someone's got to find him. But okay, this is what happened. He lives with his mother. Mom got a job in Corpus. They go to meet with this is at least what I was told, I should say. They go to meet with the Lampasas head coach, and they say, hey, I'm going to be in Corpus Monday through Friday working. I can't stay home and watch him. He also has a younger sibling, I believe a younger brother. If they have to transfer and move in with their grandparent or someone else, like, will you sign the papers? And he's like, yeah, of course. They come back and say, okay, hey, you're going to move in with grandma. She lives in the Coppers school zone, Coppers Cove. Coach says, I'm not signing your papers. And then apparently mom went on Facebook and started talking about the Lampasas coach in a negative way. So from that point on, their papers definitely weren't getting signed. And has some connections through kind of a mentor figure, someone that's helped him out with his recruitment process. And he's now living out in California, going to Crean Lutheran, which is kind of become one of the prospect factories as it laid out there in SoCal. It's in Los Angeles area. And when he moved out there, I started making some calls like, tell me about the school, what's up here. And I was told there is a player on that team whose dad is a billionaire. And they also have gotten like 10 other transfers that already have offered. So shout out to him. And his recruitment's picked up a lot since he went out there to the West Coast. He's like this 6'3", 190, 195, kind of big receiver that can go up and get it, but can also, get loose on screen passes. He's pretty versatile. I mean, I love the player. And there are very few guys with his body type, his athleticism out there on the West Coast. So he's arguably standing out more out there than he is if he would have stayed at Texas. But Longhorns are still on him. They're looking at him. Several other schools are. And it wouldn't be a shock to, see him try to come back home to the Lone Star State for college. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened. And the Will Sanfrini situation, he was at Galveston Ball, or no, he was at the Woodlands, and then his family's house got struck by lightning or something, and they had to relocate. They ended up in Galveston. He's at Galveston Ball. And then the summer he started blowing up because he was like this basketball player that didn't play football till his junior year. And he started blowing up spring of his junior year, picking up offers. And he played 7-on-7. He got invited to play in this tournament with this team who had Julian Sain as their quarterback. Julian Sain, who will start for Ohio State versus Texas, that guy. And Sain was attending, I believe it was Calabasas High School. It was a high school down there in the LA area. And Sain and his dad basically recruited Sanfrini and said, hey, you have a better shot of getting recruited, getting these big offers if you're catching passes from me, instead of playing at Galveston Ball where they don't really have a quarterback. And so his family moved to California, and he ended up at San Diego State. And for his senior year, he was catching passes from Julian Sain. So that's how the Sanfrini and Ty Johnson situations unfolded. And yeah, Ty Johnson isn't going to end up at a San Diego State. If he does what he's supposed to and continues on the pace he's on, he'll go somewhere Power 4. Some other stuff we have here. Yeah, that was funny. I saw that. The announcers were celebrating that Joe Milton was able to put them in field goal range. Yeah. And the thing with Milton, too, that's fascinating, his entire career, he's been the same player, where it's man, he's so big, fast, and strong, and he can throw this ball over a mountain, but you ask him to put it somewhere accurately, and it's not going to happen. That happened at Michigan. That happened at Tennessee. That happened with whoever he was in the NFL with before the Cowboys. Like, eventually, at some point in his career, someone has to call it for what it is. Like, if he's not going to improve these things, he can't keep getting these shots. I know there's guys that are part of the 9 Lives Club, but eventually, like, you have to move on, you know?
I will say Milton has looked good at camp. And, like, the touch has always been, you know, his thing, right? My favorite Joe Milton slander is when you need Joe Milton to throw it 75 yards, he'll throw it 75 yards. But when you need Joe Milton to throw it 40 yards, he's throwing it 75 yards. And so the touch has always been the big thing with him. And we've seen it at camp. He's had his moments at camp. His training camp has looked a lot better than what Trey Lance's training camps looked like. But then these preseason environments, you hop into a game environment, and he just has not been ready. I think it has to do really with him not being able to read blitzes. I think that's his biggest thing. We saw it on the safety that happened early in the first quarter. He just never saw the blitzing defensive back. He's had issues with pressure at camp as well, but you're not getting sacked in camp. You just kind of roll around and still find a receiver downfield. I think if he can just slow things down in the pocket, then he'll be better than what he's shown these first 2 games. But, man, it's been rough.
Yeah. Hey, I'm starting to think the beeping or ringing is on my end. I don't know where it's coming from, but I'll mute myself when I'm not talking. Longhorn Bear said Ravens' new field goal kicker missed a field goal that Tucker would have hit to the 20th row in the seats. Yeah, well, he's now Justin Tugger. So
Tugger.
I think Jake Bayless came up with that one. Shout out to him. He also put us on Deshaun Weinstein. Someone else had a question in here. I don't know where it is, but like the Browns have to cut one of those quarterbacks. They have Deshaun Weinstein, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Shador, and Dylan Gabriel. If when one of those guys get cut, is that someone the Cowboys look at? You know, like
and Tyler Huntley.
Tyler Huntley's on their team too.
Yeah. He was signed as like a injury insurance because Shador couldn't play in Grover, Cleveland, because he couldn't play in this last game. But Kenny Pickett, I would have to think is the odd man out there, which it's worth a thought. I mean, he was the backup for Philadelphia last year, and he played a little bit. He even played in the game against the Cowboys last year. So that one's tough. I think the quarterbacks that they keep on the roster, obviously Watson can go to IR. He's not going to play this year. But you'll have Joe Flacco most likely starting there with Dylan Gabriel and Shador backing him up. And then they'll probably have to let go of Pickett. And then Huntley, of course. I think Huntley actually has already been cut.
Yeah, hey, Falcons signed Ben DiNucci.
We're getting the Ben DiNucci revenge game on Friday night, just days after the Cooper Rush revenge game. Give us some preseason storylines. We're begging for them. We are begging for them.
You know who I'm not a fan of? Ben DiNucci. I don't know if you know this. He either is the founder or was like the main investor to that dumbass company that started those hats where it's a word upside down, like the Dallas ones. Those are so stupid to me. I hate them. Like, it's basically like wearing a Happy Dad hat that like that Nelk beer brand. Like, what are we doing? So, and that trend started all over. Like, I'm at 7-on-7 and I see dads wearing like Hutto hats where the Hutto's upside down. I'm like, dude,
that's stupid. What are we doing?
That's like man, when Straight Outta Compton came out, that movie.
Oh my God.
And all these different high schools started making their own stuff that like, man, I was showing up to Lake Travis games and seeing moms wear like Straight Outta Lake Travis. And I'm just like, Jesus, you know what I mean? Like
Straight Outta Prosper.
Yeah, come on,
man. Got it out the mud.
Yeah. Antoine said Texas A&M, 5 former starting quarterbacks for Power 4 teams. Good thing or bad thing? Zach Calzada.
I was about to ask, can you name them? Yeah.
I would have been able to. I think Will and I went over this last week, but Zach Calzada's at Kentucky, Haynes King at Georgia Tech, Jalen Henderson at West Virginia, Max Johnson at UNC, Connor Wigman at Houston. People keep naming Max Johnson. He's not starting, like, or at least I'd be very surprised if he does. They paid Gio Martinez, Gio something. The South Alabama Gio Lopez is a South Alabama quarterback. who was really good in G5 last year. That was pretty much the guy they pivoted to after they lost out on Mateer in the portal. And he's the highest paid guy on the roster. You don't go in the portal and pay that dude out to ass if you're going to have him on the bench and start Max Johnson. So, I mean, I guess we'll see when they play TCU, but I don't think Johnson will be the guy. As far as is that a good thing or bad thing? I mean, Zach Calzada was out of there before Elko was there. Same with Haynes King. I believe same with Henderson. I might be wrong on Henderson. I thought Henderson was sneaky good when he played for A&M. He transferred in there from Fresno State, I believe, but not sure what happened there. And then Max Johnson, I think that was also a guy that was out of there before Elko. And as far as Wigman goes, like, I really hope he has a bounce back year. I didn't think he was a 5-star out of high school. I wasn't as high on him as others were. But you saw the talent. You saw the upside and the potential he had. And he still has that. You know, the give me my shoe, bruh thing was hilarious to me. And I do think he was, like, unfairly scapegoated in that Notre Dame game. Like, everyone lost their shit on him because he played poorly. But Notre Dame ran man the entire time when they had their secondary, which was entirely healthy. Leonard Moore didn't even play that game. And they were just running man and strapping every single receiver A&M had. They couldn't get separation. And I know, like, the quarterback at times, you have to rely on him to throw those guys open or put it in windows where the defender can't get it. But, like, Notre Dame just played really well, and they shut him down on offense. And, like, Notre Dame ended up playing in the national championship, you know. And once it was given to Marcel Reed, they never looked back. They rode with him. And, I mean, they are where they are now. But the personnel at Houston, they got some good portal players, a tight end from Wisconsin, I believe it was. Some other guys. They got running backs coming back. Parker Jenkins, still got Rashawn Sanford. But I don't know. I think there's you can't count out Connor Wigman quite yet. And
what about their O-line?
That is a good question.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, the thing too with Connor Wigman, like, they got Keyshawn Henderson coming in. He's good enough to compete with Wigman to start as a true freshman. So, it's, you know, I don't want to call it make or break year for Wigman, but it's pretty damn close to that. So
it is. It is.
Yeah. What other stuff do we have here? Is Nick in the restroom?
It's like one of these little closet things that they have in the media workroom. It definitely looks weird. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Antoine said that you talk about Demarion Johnson committing to the Aggies, 3 former Horns on that legacy staff, Bo Trahan, Lee Jackson, Brandon Ava. We haven't talked about it. It was kind of unexpected, to be honest. I mean, I haven't reached out to Demarion Johnson or talked to him since, like, June, just because he's a 27 and our focus is on 26s. But, hey, the good thing is with Texas, there's, like, 6 other offensive tackles in the state of Texas who I think are either already good enough to get an offer or they will be eventually. Kennedy Brown, number 2 overall prospect at Kingwood. Brian Swanson, offensive tackle at South Oak Cliff, top 247 kid. Caden Scott, another top 247 kid at San Antonio Roosevelt. The big Frenchman at Gilmer, Ismail Kamara.
Hell yeah.
Love that player. And then you also got a guy at Texas High in East Texas that Texas hasn't offered, but he is also a top 247 offensive tackle named Quay Ford. And there's always going to be late risers too. You know, like Max Wright. Actually, no, he had his offer going into his junior year. But they tend to offer a few more linemen after the junior season. So they're going to be just fine. Offensive tackles, obviously, a huge need, not only in 2026, but in 2027. But they can kind of afford to let them go to A&M because there's still a lot of other good options. So it'll be curious to see how many of those guys end up at A&M or Texas because, I mean, Brian Swanson and Caden Scott are both pretty much already Texas or Texas A&M guys. So it'll be interesting to see how the dominoes fall. What else do we have here? Damn, Shane Buechele played for the Bills last night. I didn't even know he was in the league till I was watching Hard Knocks, and I was like, whoa, he's on the roster?
He's our 4th string.
Yeah. What else do we have here? Patrick said, does the 12-year-old grown man for Alito have any offers? I think he has like UTSA and UTEP, but not sure outside of that. He hasn't really played on varsity.
Yeah, baby Gronk got an offer over the weekend from Murray State.
All right. Longhorn Bear said the Giants still have the junior Goodfella QB, Tommy DeVito, right?
Yep. They still have him. I guess it's either, trade/cut. Jameis Winston or cut Tommy DeVito, it's going to be one of those two decisions, I would have to assume.
Shit, I mean, you better hope it's Jameis Winston so the Cowboys can swoop in. Speaking of the Giants, man, Jackson Dart looked pretty damn strong versus the Jets the other night.
Yeah, he did. He did.
And on the other hand, like, man, what has happened to Justin Fields? Like, his 1 year of starting, or maybe it was 2 years, his final year starting at Ohio State, he's great. Like, really good. And then you turn on their preseason game, he has 3 targets to Garrett Wilson, and, like, only one of them is catchable, and the DB's right there and knocked it out. It was just bad. I feel so bad for Jets fans. Like, the whole Aaron Rodgers experiment, the clip of him running out with the American flag and blowing out his leg like 5 minutes later. And then now Justin Fields, who can't even hit Garrett Wilson on a screen pass. You know what I mean? Like,
it's bad. It's bad.
Hey, at least they have running backs, Braylon Allen and old boy from Ohio State or Iowa State.
Brees Hall.
Yeah.
They also have Isaiah Davis, who I love. He's like their RB3. I think he's great.
Dude, you know who I'm kind of fascinated by? Like how much of a letdown their career has been? Donovan Edwards went undrafted, came back for his 4th year at Michigan, and I'm like, oh, he's coming back to improve his draft stock. Because he probably would have been drafted after year 3, the same draft as Quorum. And he had a way worse year than he did his first 2 years really playing at Michigan. Part of that is because, I mean, they're cute. They couldn't throw the forward pass. So you kind of just had to prepare for him as a defense. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to get cut from the Jets. He was wearing number 40 for them in preseason. That's never a good sign.
When it was draft time, like draft process time, I guess, he was trending to be a day 3 guy that you just kind of take a swing on. I did not hear a more concerning medical report in the entire draft process than I did on Donovan Edwards, though. And I think that was a huge reason why he went undrafted. He's talked about, I think he's had shoulder stuff. He's had hamstring stuff. He's had multiple injuries, and he told a team during one of his combine meetings, he was like, yeah, my injuries have really affected me mentally. I don't know if I'm going to get back to 100%. It's like, dude, shut up. It's like, please, you don't say those things.
His agent's like, you said what?
Exactly.
I gotta put food on the table too, Donovan. What are we doing? Like, come on, man.
Don't bitch at me when you're wearing 40 in August.
For real. Antoine said, any news on the local guy from Bastrop, Weston Nielsen? For those who don't know, Weston Nielsen, 2027, top 247 quarterback. Arizona State is where that one is trending, apparently. Shout out to them. I think that's a great get for Kenny Dillingham. Texas looked at him a few different times, but, they're kind of going the Kavian Bryant route instead of Nielsen. So it'll be curious to see how his career pans out. Another thing that I've thought about, the revisionist history people have sometimes with quarterback recruiting. Like, everyone always brings up, oh, Mac Brown wanted RG3 and Johnny Manziel to play DB. Like, yeah, he screwed that one up for sure. And people talk about, oh, Jameis Winston wanted to be a Longhorn. They didn't even give him the time of the day. Like, Texas wasn't going to they weren't recruiting kids from Florida really at that time. And if they were, they weren't having much success. But I can already see people are bringing up, why didn't Texas recruit Lagway? Well, he was the cycle after Arch Manning. They had to go get someone who was cool with sitting on the bench for a long time, and that was Trey Owens. Lagway was never going to Texas. And they never really recruited him because by the time he was a recruitable prospect, Arch Manning was already the guy, and they knew it wasn't going to happen. Bringing this up because if Keyshawn Henderson ends up reaching his potential at Houston, everyone's going to say, why did Texas not recruit this guy? They had Diabell. He was a 5-star QB and was much more of a recruitable prospect at the time when Texas took him and was recruiting him. Texas wanted Keyshawn Henderson, an athlete, receiver, or safety, just like everyone else in the country did besides Houston or Baylor. And that's the main reason he chose Houston. They were the first school to actually believe in him as a quarterback. So, I mean, yeah. And Antoine said, did the portal and NIL help or hurt college football? This is a great one. I think we could spend an entire week talking about this one.
We can do a podcast series on this.
Yeah. I think, look, players should have always been paid. That's true. People talk about it's stupid how they can spend 4 years at 4 different colleges and they can leave whenever they want. Coaches can do the same thing, man. They've always been able to do that, Yes, I think it's ruined the fan experience to some degree, but it's also helped it. Like, if the transfer portal doesn't exist, do you know how much longer it takes Texas to get where they are now? There's no A.D. Mitchell. There's no Quinn Ewers. There's no Xavier Worthy. Like, it's really interesting to think about. Yes, Sark and his staff did a great job recruiting high school, but being able to get players in the portal and be able to push out the deadweight players on the roster into the portal sped up the process so much more than it wouldn't have without it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this. It's a pretty broad picture. I like how I think it's created more parity, and it's made it more competitive top to bottom in college football than it's ever been.
I think, during this transition period, where if you go back to like 2020, I believe is when they changed the portal rules, right? If you go back to like 2020, and it probably really won't settle out until probably like 2028. If you talk about the transition period's been super rough. But I think once the dust settles and everything's figured out, they figure out when the portal window is going to be, they put the restrictions on NIL. I think at the end of the day, it is going to be a positive thing for college football. But this little transition period has been so rocky, it's tough to say it's necessarily helped, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily hurt either, just because, guys are getting paid, right things are happening. They're allowed to transfer without having to sit out a year. Like, those are the right decisions, but I think it's just figuring out the restrictions and regulations on those things that makes it a little tough.
Yeah, and also, like, is there a school that's benefited more from being able to legally pay players than Texas?
Yeah, exactly. You talk about what they were pre-NIL to now, it's been massive, massive difference.
Especially because, non-Texas fans will never believe this. I know you know this, but, the Herman era wasn't dropping bags under the table. Neither was the Charlie Strong era, Other teams were, and it hurt them real bad on top of, the coach being Tom Herman, So NIL's definitely helped the Longhorns, same with the portal. Isaiah Bond beating the case, signing with the Browns.
Fully guaranteed 3-year deal. Shout out to his agent, man, Damian Butler. He did his big one with this, because not only did he get a fully guaranteed 3-year contract, he gets to re-enter the market before the entire rookie class, essentially. Undrafted guys typically get a 3-year deal, but the fact that he got a fully guaranteed one, it's going to make his situation a lot different. And then for the Browns case, they can put an RFA on him going into year 4 and basically have the rights to renegotiate with him after the 3 years before anyone else. So this works really well for both sides. It's cool to see.
Man, the who even is in the receiver room for the Browns? Jerry Jeudy? Anyone else?
Jerry Jeudy. They got Jamari Thrash in the draft last year, which I really liked him coming out of Louisville in 2024. Pulling up their depth chart right now. They have some receiving options. It's not bad. Let's see. Cedric Tillman, Deontay Johnson, which kind of depends on how you feel about him these days.
He's still playing?
He is. He's only 2 years removed from like a 1,200-yard season. I think he just kind of had a rocky year last year because he kept getting traded. And then they have at tight end David Njoku and Harold Fannin. So, those guys are going to factor into the receiving game too. But, it's fascinating. And then their running back room, they got Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson this year.
They still haven't signed Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah, that one's going to be interesting. I think that's probably their top of order now is figuring out that situation.
What I think, man, the Rashee Rice deal, how they're going to let him play 4 games, and it's like 4 big-time, primetime games before he potentially gets suspended. What are we doing, NFL? What are we doing? And it's also like, yes, it was his car. He wrecked it. Those other guys also walked away from the scene of a crash. You know who one of those other guys was? Roderick Daniels, who just signed with a team like this week and isn't going to be suspended.
New Orleans Saints. Yep.
So I don't know. And yeah, CB, this is oof.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. We do have some breaking news. It's nothing we didn't already expect, but Ohio State has officially named Julian Sayin as their starting quarterback. So Julian Sayin won Arch Manning week 1.
Yeah. Well, hey, we will we'll see how Mr. Sayin does. Calabasas versus Uptown New Orleans. Getting it out the mud. Antoine said, "Is Round Rock Donuts a must visit when I'm in town?" Look, pretty much everyone I know loves Round Rock Donuts. I think it's so overrated. Like, damn near all donuts are the same to me. Maybe I'm just lame.
There's a brunch spot in Round Rock, and y'all will probably know the name of it. There's a lot more Austin natives in this chat than I claim to be. There's this brunch spot in Round Rock. There's a couple of locations, and it's incredible. I forget the name of it. If you know what I'm talking about, please throw it in the chat. But that's the spot to go to if you're in Round Rock.
Yeah. Hey, my favorite breakfast spot, 7 Mile Cafe. I miss living in Louisville because there's one right next to the house. But
okay, hold on. We got to stop right here because me and Colin Kennedy give Jordan so much shit for he loves these little like breakfast brunch chains, like whether it be like a 7 Mile Cafe or like a First Watch. Like that is, if I were to get Jordan like something he would really appreciate, I'd get him like $100 coupon to like 7 Mile or First
yeah. Hey, y'all hear that?
He might cry.
Y'all hear that? Hey, I'll tell you what. On Friday when I had to take my dog down to the vet, I was in Joshua, which I don't know. You'd have to pay me something to live there. But anyways, across the street from the vet was this little local diner spot. Serves breakfast all day. It's called D's Country Cafe. D''S.
Yeah.
Dog, it was banging. I got me a bacon, egg, and cheese omelet. I don't like anything else in there. Just like it's simple. Some hash browns and a chocolate chip waffle. You want to guess how much I spent?
$20.
17.
That's what I'm talking about.
I was like, this place is awesome.
That's why people live in Joshua.
Yeah, I'm like, this is the only place that hasn't been affected by inflation. I need to get down here more often. It's pretty good too.
Tell you what, man, it coming back from California from being at training camp for a month, it has made me appreciate the prices that we pay here in Texas because I got an 8-wing combo from Wingstop last night, right? In California, it would have cost me like $25. It cost me like $15 here. It's just different. It's wild.
That's still BS, man. I feel like Pluckers gets more expensive every time I go in there. It's great. I'm gonna pay it no matter what because I want the wings. But yeah, like, dude, a 10-wing combo is now like $22 or something like that. It's ridiculous. Anyways, some fun stuff we can get to. The Michigan case. Any thoughts on that one and those great Michigan men up in Ann Arbor?
Yeah, me and Will talked about this a little bit on Friday, but I don't give a damn. I mean, people are saying like, oh, they got off easy. It's like
they did.
I didn't have a problem with it to begin with. I didn't because every team is doing it. They were just better at it, and they had like a really smart guy like leading the campaign. I can't.
Time out. Have you seen the Netflix doc?
I have.
Okay. If you have or haven't seen the Netflix doc, what I also recommend, the Bussin' with the Boys podcast had him on there. This was like before the Netflix doc came out. This is like 2 months after the story broke. Because, you know, Connor Stallings, Michigan guy, same with Taylor Lewan, who played in Michigan. And it's fascinating, the lengths he went to for Michigan football.
Yeah, it is.
And I saw a tweet that's like, hey, everyone needs to thank God that this crazy psychopath is obsessed with Michigan and not like QAnon or some other crazy shit he could have been spending his time doing, which is very true. It's very true. But man, I don't know. It disgusts me. Like, I know everyone does sign stealing. No one was sending this many people to this many games and recording entire games on their phones to break it down and study the signs. No one was doing that. The Netflix doc showed it. And like, Michigan is appealing this to the NCAA. They're saying, hey, there's not enough evidence here. Why? Because they got rid of all the evidence, you know?
Yeah.
And like, it is kind of funny to me how they were pretty much tapping Stallions' phone and like other people's phones. And they literally have like Stallions on record talking to one of the players like, hey, just lie to them. It's not the court of law. They can't do shit to you. Just lie to them. They don't know anything. And I mean, I guess it worked. They don't get a postseason ban. And the whole thing that, the staff and players that participated in this aren't there anymore. They shouldn't get a postseason ban. Okay, that doesn't mean you can't, strip their title. The amount of shit that got taken from USC and Reggie Bush because he was living in a house for free. The amount of stuff that got taken from Ohio State back in the day for players getting free tattoos.
Yeah,
like
that was crazy.
It's just nuts how this is unfolded and how the NCAA handled it. And I mean, it's like Michigan is never going to be looked at the same way. It's going to take a long time for people to come back around on them. And I mean, I don't know. It was very disappointing to, I think a lot of people, myself included, that was the penalties they got. Because, I mean, it's cheating. Like, outside of cheating in recruiting or, tapping the other team's headsets during the game, there's really nothing much else you can do to cheat more than they were as far as affecting the outcomes of these games.
Look, I know I'm going to be in the minority, but it was public. It was public information that was available. They were just really good at acquiring it. That's how I see it. I am a Connor Stallions truther. Hate on me all you want. I am a Connor Stallions truther. I think they were just really good at it. Because is there anywhere explicitly stated in the NCAA laws that they cannot do that?
So this is the main holdup. Like, they have it, factual evidence, factual proof that he was on the sideline in Central Michigan for the Michigan State game. And it has also been reported that Central Michigan was actually who reached out to him to get him there to help them with Michigan State. It wasn't him who reached out to Central Michigan. So that part's interesting. That is the main, I guess, smoking gun, because the violation is in-person scouting and doing that. They didn't. Michigan is trying to say you can't penalize us for Stallions paying people and getting tickets to go to these games because he wasn't there in person. It was a buddy of his that was sending him this stuff. That's what they're trying to use to fight this and appeal this. And the NCAA is like, it's horse shit. He was buying them tickets and telling them to go there and telling them exactly what to do and how to take these videos.
Yeah.
So, I mean, dude, it's illegal. Like, it is what it is. I know everyone steals signs, but it's a different ways of doing it. And the part, too, that's so annoying is all these Michigan fans are like, well, what about Ohio State that hacked servers to expose this, or the PI firm? Who hired them? And like, dude, it doesn't matter. You got caught, you know? So
I will propose this question. Would you trade $250,000 of your school's, NIL fund, if you will? That means you miss out on a couple of recruits, right? You lose a few official visits. Sark gets suspended 3 games. Would you trade all that for a national championship?
Yes, and that's the problem with the punishment they've given them, is because you're almost incentivizing these teams to cheat now if that's what they know the penalty is going to be.
Well, not every team is going to have the return Michigan guy. That's the one thing.
Yeah. But, I mean, I don't know. There's not much to talk about. And JW Crunch, I get this point too. Like, yes, I know those players weren't going to Alabama just to play for good old Nick Saban. I know he had the Mercedes-Benz dealership, down to the table bags, you name it. Yeah. There was also other teams doing it, and I know there's other teams doing what Michigan did, but not to that level, not that advanced, and they didn't have hours and hours of storage of footage of teams of signals,
The streets say that Nick Saban has his picture hung up in the Dodge headquarters for all the Hellcats that he bought. The streets say.
Man, it is funny. Yeah, like every time fall camp starts or something and students are back on campus, it'll be like, here's a look at Florida State's football facility parking lot. And it's just all Scat Packs and Hellcats and Chargers and Challengers. So, I don't know. Some other stuff. Did you see the Sam Pittman presser from the other day?
I did not.
Oh, my God. This is hilarious.
Is it worse than Aranda?
No, it's different. So I'll just show you all this. The reporter doesn't even really have a question. He's kind of just talking shit to Pittman's face, and his reaction is hilarious. Let me turn this up for y'all.
And then a lot of talk about, year 2 under Bobby. I guess maybe year 6 under you doesn't sound quite as exciting to the eye, but I guess have you learned anything that I guess sorry.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah,
what
yes.
the hell are we doing?
Sorry. I guess is there anything new that you've learned about yourself that you're looking to take into this year? I guess I should just lead with that.
Oh my God.
And then a lot of
Yeah.
Was this a student reporter?
I actually have that here. It is this dude who said, "I messed up. I apologized to Sam afterwards, and he was kind when he didn't have to be. His reaction was more than fair. I wish I could have had that moment back a million times over, but that's life." This is Daniel Shee, who's a beat writer for Sports Illustrated, covering the Hogs, also freelances for Best of Arkansas Sports, and is an assistant sports editor for the Arkansas Traveler.
Hey, it looks like he's early in his career. I'll give him some grace. But, yeah, damn, that's tough. That's tough.
Also, like, dude, Sam Pittman.
He is overstaying his welcome.
Duh. He's also, like, such a sweet Southern guy. You know, I just want the best for you, you know. Yeah. And I love that because there are very few guys like that left in this world and of college football and all that. But, man, like, watching the SEC show, have you still not seen any of that?
No, I haven't had a chance.
You got to check it out before the season starts. Like, I had a pretty good idea of what Sam Pittman was and how he, you know, handles himself, but, like, he's the least motivating coach of all time, damn near. Like, they show him in the locker room before the Tennessee game, which they ended up winning. It was a great win for them, and it definitely helped him keep his job another year. But it's like, man, all these people doubting you, let's go kick their ass. Like, that's all he says. And they turn around and walk out. So, man, that part, I was like, woof. But, I don't know. Good guy. Very few of them left. This will be the last thing before we get out of here. I know we're running a few minutes over. Hey, I know a Texas quarterback that would have never done this. Arch Manning pulling up to Dirty Martins, taking a photo with the Cooks. Truly a man of the people. You know what I mean?
He's the best thing that's ever happened. It would be such a letdown if he ends up not being good.
Yeah, hey.
If he's good and he wins a Heisman and a national championship at Texas, we are talking about one of the most impactful college football players ever. And I mean that. I mean,
most popular recruit of all time.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Very
yeah,
fast.
hey, the Quinn Ewers lovers have been silent since this got posted.
This looks elementary next to when he was in the streets in St. Louis with Ryan Wingo. This is nothing to him.
Yeah.
Next thing we know, he's going to be posing with, like, the Red Rose owners.
Yeah. Hey, Jamon Tapp needs his deal still. I don't know what this is referencing, the Ty Anthony Smith part, because Texas wasn't in the SEC show. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. Up next, SEC Unfiltered unveils their official college football playoff bracket projections for the 2025 season. Nick, we'll see him again on Friday. I'll be back here tomorrow, Tuesday to Thursday with Will. And, yeah, everyone who tuned in, appreciate it. Colin, Ives, CB, Jake Bayless, JW Crunch, Nathan, Longhorn Bear, Stephen Delgado, Rob Latendre, Antoine, appreciate all y'all. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great Monday, and peace.
Have a great one.